We're live. Good morning, everybody. This is the regular meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, California Nonprofit Benefit Mutual Benefit Corporation. Today is Tuesday, February 13th, and we are in the boardroom. And start off by wishing everybody a happy Mardi Gras Day. We have our quorum, so I call the meeting to order, and I would like to remind everybody, please, if you have not already, silence your cell phones so that we don't have interruptions as we're going. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance with Director Durrell.
Ready? Begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Media, I know we have a new reporter from the Register, but I don't see him in the audience yet. And I know we do have Channel 6 monitoring us upstairs and taping us. I would like to mention, you may see a little bit difference in the way we're set up this morning. I have asked Jeff Beaumont, our attorney, for our open meeting this morning to basically serve as parliamentarian. We have had some issues in the past with how the meeting is run and Robert's Rules of Order and the Civil Code, and I felt it was best if we had the authority here to help us run a good meeting, because we want, in the interest of all of you out there who are watching it, to make sure that we have a good civil meeting. We now have approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Director Armendariz?
Yes, thank you, Juanita. First item is on page 2, and it's item 11B, and you have a handout here that corrects it on the first item as well as
Correct.
the resolution.
Right.
And the second item I have is on page 405, item 15A, the report of the Finance Committee. The next meeting, I believe, is March 27th at 2. I don't know what room. And then item 15E, next meeting, I don't know the date, but obviously it should be different than February 7th.
Correct. All right, when we get to those reports, we hope that our people on those committees will correct that for us. Thank you.
Okay, then back on the agenda items, attachments, page 23 of 36. That's agenda item number 5A. And it's just above 13C. It says there, agenda item 11D was removed from the consent calendar and moved. The M is missing.
Where are you?
Do you find it?
Item 5A, page 23 of 36?
Yes.
Where?
And then just above the heading of 13C, it says agenda item 11D was moved from the consent calendar, and M is missing there from moved to item 13.
Oh, right, there.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I have, let's see. I think that's everything I have, except I did want to make the one comment and make sure that the people that are here and also watching on television, they recognize that there's 2 items on this agenda that are very important. One of them is 13C, and the other one is 16B, and they
All
both
right,
have
this
to do.
is not relevant to approving the agenda. We'll talk about
We'll
that when
talk
we
about it
get
when we
there.
get to it? Okay, fine.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Very important items. Thank you.
Okay. Director Trong?
Recently, there's a question about in the Casablanca and Casa Linda structure, who's responsible for understairs
That will be
area?
under the
That's under the Landscape Committee. It is not pertinent to approving the agenda.
Okay.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move.
Maggie?
Second.
Second by Janie. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? No, it's unanimous. All right, let's look at the meeting minutes of our January 9th meeting. I do have one correction, and we've already given this to the corporate secretary to correct in the computer. We just didn't want to reprint everything. On item 5A, page 26 of 36, in the resolution for financial qualifications policy, the third whereas, it should be guarantors in the community, not the committee.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Page 26 of 36, item 5A, the third whereas in the resolution. Okay. Do I have any other additions or corrections to the minutes? Director Arakar?
On page 3, it's saying, the very first line, construction is ongoing on El Toro Road near Gate 12. Gate 12 is on Moulton, not El Toro. Also, item 11, consent calendar. Director Armendariz requested to remove item 11D from the consent calendar. But this was already denied, so we cannot put it there as a line. We have to put that it was denied.
The first one is at the top line. Shouldn't be El Toro, it should be Moulton Parkway.
Oh,
And where was the second one?
Item 11 on the same page. Under consent calendar, 1 to 3rd line, Director Armendariz requested to remove item 11D from the consent calendar. And motion denied. We have to put something there that the motion was denied.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes of the January 9th meeting?
also move.
Oh, wait, thank you, Cash. Would you second it, Janie?
Yes.
Okay, report of the chair. This morning, we have a very special thing, plus a very sad thing, for those of us on the board to do. We would like to present a plaque to our community manager, Lori Moss, and I'd like to read you what it says before we give it to her. Whereas Ms. Lori Moss came to Laguna Woods Village as community manager in February 2016, where she was responsible for a broad range of activities and operations throughout the community. And whereas Ms. Moss provided invaluable guidance and assistance to United Laguna Woods Mutual on many community and activities projects, including approval of bylaw amendments, enhanced communication with the United residents through the Village Breeze, town halls, and other methods, strategic and long-range planning, and departmental coordination. And whereas United has benefited greatly from Ms. Moss's leadership, service, and contributions to the community, and whereas she has dedicated her time and energy to United and the residents it represents, now therefore on this day, February 13th, 2018, the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual formally recognizes, commends, and thanks Ms. Moss for her service to United and Laguna Woods Village.
Air hugs.
As many of you know, February 28th will be Lori's last day with us, and she will be sorely missed. And that basically is the report of the chair. So we would like to move on to the open forum. As you remember from last month, there was a suggestion made that we move the open forum to the end of the meeting. We got a lot of response back, not just from board members, but from members of the community saying, no, if anything, it should be moved up in the agenda so that it's closer to the top. So that's what we have done this time. And so we will now open it to speakers from the community. Members may address the Board of Directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of this Board of Directors. And what that means is if it's a GRF issue or a VMS issue that really doesn't affect or that we have no control over, it probably should not be brought up. There's a maximum time limit of 3 minutes per speaker, and the speaker may only address the board once during this period. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted. We don't have that many people here to talk, so I think 3 minutes will be fine. And please turn in a card to Cheryl so that we know your name and matter number. It makes it so much easier when keeping the minutes than trying to get it when you get up to speak. And I remind everybody that we will have responses to the open forum speakers, but we may not answer all your questions. If you have questions, it may be something we need to take under advisement. It may be something that for some reason or other we cannot speak to or answer here, but we do want to hear your comments, and everything that is brought forward will be looked into by the board. So who's our first speaker?
First up is Maxine McIntosh.
Good morning. Almost happy Valentine's Day. And I hope our president, Juanita, can find her ring cake. If anybody knows where she can buy a ring cake, please telephone her.
King Cake.
Oh, K-I-N-G?
K-I-N-G.
I'm sorry, king cake, which is baked in a ring. I had some education on that earlier this morning. I do want to say that Maggie Blackwell last month wrote a rather long letter in response to requests that some of the members of the board have had, and I think every United board has had these requests through the years, once or twice maybe, each board. And that is, can you change my assessments personally? Can you lower my assessments? I don't want to dip into my savings, that's for an emergency, or I'm running out of money. And you know, while board members can listen sympathetically, that just cannot happen. We all know when we move here, we will pay monthly assessments, and they will increase. Bob Miller, an ex-president of GRF, and probably United, as I recall, years ago, kept a record for 10 years. And it showed that during that 10-year period, and we were living here then, that the assessment rose an average of 3% a month. And you know of some HOAs that have these huge $100, $200 a month assessments every so often, sometimes on a regular basis. The point is that the assessments are planned, and that is the money that the corporations use for budgeting, for going through that huge budget process each year. And if you make an exception for one or two people, then all the rest of us pay a little more. We have to take up that slack. It just can't happen. I know people listen sympathetically, but as she pointed out, we just can't let that happen. Let's see, I skipped my notes. Wait a minute. We're so lucky in so many ways living here. We can move and move out, think, oh, it's time for assisted living. And you go into assisted living, you say, hey, I'm not ready for this yet. I want to move back into the village. You have a window of time when you can move back without meeting new requirements, as if you'd just been on a vacation. That is wonderful. The original buildings, if you happen to live in one where you just redecorated instead of renovating everything, you have practically everything in the home maintained for you. Original is maintained by our staff at no additional charge. And we can now write checks to United, VMS, or GRF. It used to be only GRF, and people would get confused. The money was going to the wrong place. The finance office knows how to immediately funnel those into the budget limits correctly. They know how to do that. So they allow us now 3 ways. If it makes you feel better, make your check out to United. Thank you.
I might just add real quickly, I believe you mean 3% a year, not a month. That would have been 36% a year.
I'm glad you were listening so carefully. 10 points for our president. Yes, annually, annually. So sorry and so glad you caught it.
Next.
Okay, our next speaker is Jane Blake.
Hi, I come to you this morning. I've called security a couple of times regarding this. We have a lift in my building, the 481 building. And according to the OSHA compliance, the date of inspection and the permit expired June of 2017. So I've been calling security, and yet no new certificate has been placed on our lift. So I thought I'd come to the board, and that the mutual is supposed to maintain the lifts after we pay for them. So should I give this to Cheryl? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next up is Vasu Karmakar.
Good morning, Madam President and the Board of Directors. The points I'm going to raise today will be very difficult to digest. And maybe you will agree or you may not, but this is the fact. I moved to this community about 14 months back, and I noticed that there is a lot of traffic increase. And also when I talk to people in the community, in the gym and all, I found that there are more renters than the owners. And all those renters, I'm not against their working or making money, but they are trying to live in this community because it is very cheap as compared to the living in the apartments around here. So we can find out some way to reduce the renters in the community. Because they are working, both of them are working, they are making money, that's fine. But then, because they are moving here, they are having 2 cars, there are more traffic violations or maybe accidents. But I have noticed that a lot of traffic increase in this community. For that, it will be also a good idea, very difficult to grasp this. When this community was established, those days, some 30, 40 years back, the age limit was 55. That's why these communities are 55 plus. But as you know that, God bless, everybody is living longer, it is nice, but I think that that concept should be changed to 65 plus. And only the owners should live here, because that's the whole idea, that people, those who are really retired, should have nice, peaceful, safe life in the best weather in America. So maybe you can find out some way whether this can be done. And we can set the example so that all the communities in the United States will change from 55 to 65. I think that this is the only point I had to tell. So that will reduce the unnecessary people living in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Next up is Michael Newman.
Good morning. My name is Michael Nauman. I'm a resident in 715 November, and I have a question about a planter in the common area. 715 is divided in half by a walkway at ground level, and there's a stairwell in the middle of this walkway that leads up to the second story. Under this stairwell is a planter. It's roughly stair width wide by maybe 10 to 12 feet. The curb appeal of that planter right now is pretty low. And I would like to know who I have to approach to get permission to spruce it up.
All right, we will answer that question. In fact, it's even on the agenda. Any other speakers, Cheryl?
Yes. Next up is Larry Green.
Larry Green, 477P. I want to commend you all. You all work so hard. Even though I disagree with you, I still know you're working very hard. I want to get, we just recently got painted. This is the second time I got painted. They did a great job this time. They worked really hard in repairing everything. They cleaned everything a lot more than they did before to paint it. And they painted really great. And I think they even improved the quality of the paint. But the colors that somebody from the board, some United board did, is really drab and dreary. The colors, the main colors, almost the three buildings around are almost the same all the way around. Two of them have the same trim, the white trim, and it's just if it's not really bright at night, you can hardly tell the difference between the paint. So next time, try to get a little bit more variety in the paint. Also, our washer and dryer, our hot water thing, if somebody uses one hot water, just pure hot, not anything else, the second person cannot get any hot water. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else?
Next up is Chris Collins.
Good morning. Chris Collins, 3306Q. I'm here representing the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village with an update on the work that we are doing on behalf of qualified village residents. Would you know what to do if you experienced a financial crisis and could not afford to pay your electric bill? If you ran out of money and only had food to last the week? If you suddenly suffered a loss of vision and could not afford to purchase a magnifier or a cane? If your spouse was experiencing increased forgetfulness or dementia, but you couldn't afford a caregiver? If you were in the donut hole and your doctor prescribed an expensive medication? If you were released from the hospital and needed caregiver services you could not afford? If you could no longer drive and needed help with transportation, but your funds were limited? In Laguna Woods Village, these difficulties can be handled because the foundation stands ready to help residents. This financial assistance can help buy food, pay for utilities, purchase medications, arrange for caregiver services, and provide for transportation, among other things. The first step for getting such help is to contact social services at 949-597-4267, where the staff will verify the need and arrange for assistance. During the process, resident identities are never disclosed and payment is made directly to the vendor. In turn, Foundation financial assistance is also available to qualified needy residents who has vision problems by contacting the Braille Institute at 949-330-5062. Foundation financial assistance for daycare services for residents with dementia or Alzheimer's is also available by contacting South County Adult Day Services at 949-855-9444. For more information, please contact the Foundation at thefoundation@comline.com or call us at 949-268-2246. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Cheryl, any more?
Yes. Next up is Sang Lee.
My name is Sang Lee. Manual number is 2189D. My house is a Montreal type model. It is one bedroom and one den, one bedroom. So I'm telling about my decals for my vehicle. I and my wife had each vehicle, and I also have one golf cart. But last year they limited to 2 vehicles only. So I asked, I need one more decal for my car. So last time, January 18, I was attended resident advisory committee, and I was informed maybe I can have another decal if I park my one car and one golf cart in the same carport. So I asked one more decal here. So I'd like to show the picture of my parking lot to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is John Beckett.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to speak in support of Director Andre Torn. In performing their duties, directors must exercise due diligence. The words due diligence mean different things to different people. Some directors have a trusting nature. They tend to believe what they are told. Some directors have a skeptical nature. They want to see things for themselves. Working with a skeptical director is not easy. Some of our employees have complained that directors are micromanaging or creating a hostile work environment. Every director has the right to make reasonable inquiry. Every employee has the right to be free from hostility in the workplace. These rights frequently come into conflict. In resolving such conflicts, the boards must strike a balance. In striking the proper balance, a wise board will consider the wishes of the members. More than 1,000 members of United Mutual voted to elect Andre Torn to this board. I and many of my friends voted for Andre because he promised to ask tough questions and to keep asking until he got to the bottom of things. In my opinion, Andre Torn is doing the job he was elected to do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl?
Next up is Pamela Gruntke.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a little unusual. I don't have a complaint. I don't have a concern. I came this morning for the specific purpose of saying thank you. Thank you to Juanita Skillman for all of her efforts in making the celebration of my husband's life possible. And for those of you on the board, Don, you served with my husband on this very board. For those of you that didn't know my husband, you missed an opportunity to know an exemplary, loving, God-fearing man. He loved this community. He loved the Emeritus program. And most of all, he loved serving in any capacity that he was able to do. He had disagreements, but he always did it with respect. And so there are so many people to thank. I thought I would come today and take up 3 minutes of your time to say thank you to this community that showed the love and the support for my husband, Conrad Gruntke. It was Emeritus. If I had any competition at all, it was the Emeritus program. He loved his job. He loved his students. He loved Dan Predall, and he loved Diane at Clubhouse 4, and the staff. But most of all, he loved the transition. He and I worked very hard to make sure that this transition was going forward. We had some exciting days. Our tires were slashed. Our yard was trashed, but we forged forward. Connie did it with love and respect always. And so I come to you today, for those of you that didn't know Connie, say, I'm sorry you didn't get to know him. And for those of you that worked with him, supported him, and made things possible, I say thank you. Thank you to Dan Predall of Emeritus. Thank you to Juanita Skillman of this wonderful mutual board. I know that there are a lot of concerns, but please, I think this is an exemplary reason that you remember that this is a position of service and not of power. So again, I hope you have a wonderful 2018. Happy Mardi Gras, happy Valentine's Day. And again, thank you for your love and support for all of the cards. And I want to thank Jennifer Carmarker and Pat from the Globe for their attention to detail and keeping me on the straight and narrow. They were so kind. So thank you to each and every one of you. I hope you will remember my husband with kindness in your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Our last speaker is Michael Laundrie.
Michael Landry, 693B. Just a little levity here after Pam's heartfelt comments. Mardi Gras, by the way, starts on January 6th and culminates today. On January 6th, you make the first king cake. In that king cake, you secrete a baby or a bean. Then you have a party. The party comes. Whoever gets the baby or the bean gets to have the next king cake party. And it goes on from January 6th until Mardi Gras. It's a great fun habit of doing. I'm from Louisiana, so trust me, we've done it. And if anybody wants a recipe for the king cake, call me. I'll be happy to provide it for you. But today is not the day you have the king cake. It starts on January 6th. The colors on the king cake are concerned with the three kings, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. That's why you have the king cake in a circle. It's a crown. And the purple is for royalty, the gold is for whatever, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. So, just in case you couldn't live the week without knowing a little bit about Mardi Gras, there you have it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Michael. My roots are Louisiana, too. That's why I was looking for one. All right. We're going to do this just a little bit differently with our member comments. I'm going to start out by asking the committee chairs who are specifically interested in some of these comments, and then we'll open it to other directors. So, Don, Jane talked about the lift problems. That would be under maintenance and construction. Can you?
I didn't realize, I'm sorry. There it goes. I didn't realize we had a problem with the lift. Those are maintained on a regular basis.
Okay, well, evidently the certificate, if it was inspected, didn't get in, so can you check into that,
Sure.
please?
Madam President, I
Yes.
don't think that is a very good thing.
I do.
Allow certain directors to go first.
Can you turn on your mic, please?
There are certain directors who are mostly involved in whatever they're talking about, then we will open it up to whoever else has comments.
That's treating us like second-class directors.
I
right.
actually have a comment on the elevator if you'd like to hear it while
Yes,
we're on that
please.
item.
Oh, okay.
So I hate to call the state of California a slacker, but they're the reason why the permits are not updated. According to Ernesto, apparently they don't have enough employees to handle the load, and they're now working on the 2017 load. So the elevators are still safe. The state of California knows when and where they have to inspect, and in fact, they make surprise visits on us too. So it's just that they don't have enough staff to cover the inspections, so. But everything's okay, we're safe.
Thank you. I would like to remind everybody, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized before speaking. Vasu, your comments were interesting. Number one, we do not have more renters than shareholders. None of us are owners, but we do not have more sublessees. We have a very low percentage within United. But secondly, to your point about the age requirement moving to 65, I'd like to defer that to Jeff.
Good morning. The structure that United is operating under is from the bylaws, which provides for a 55 and older community. And in order to change the age restriction of the community, you'd have to change the bylaws as well as meet certain requirements. And because there's so many residents already here that are below the age of, and it's actually to be designated as a senior community, it has to be 62 and older. And to change that, you'd have to slowly but surely only approve applications for membership of residents that are older than 62 years old. So that would take many, many years to gain compliance to even give you eligibility to qualify as a senior community. Right now, you're a 55-plus community, which is provided for in your bylaws and under Civil Code Section 51.3, which is the Unruh Civil Rights Act. The short answer is it'd be insurmountable. It'd be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to do.
Thank you, Jeff. Michael Newman, Maggie, I think is going to cover this, but would you like to make any comment before?
Sure. The areas below the staircases are built open like that with dirt so that residents may plant what they like in it, and you may do what you like in it. You do not have to have a supervisor come out. If you plant bizarre things and your neighbors complain, then someone might come out. But otherwise, we're very happy when people like to keep those nice. I've seen a lot of them, and you may do anything within reason. There are probably 8 people that will be affected by what you plant, so you might check on them before you start putting anything in, and they'll probably be very happy to see someone doing that. It's a very fine thing. Thank you so much.
All right, Larry Green, sorry that you don't like our paint palette. All I can say is we are in the 3rd year of an 8-year paint cycle. In a couple of years, we will be forming another paint advisory committee, and I would strongly suggest that you volunteer to be on that committee, and that way you can make your wishes known about the new paint palette. They worked really hard to get one for the whole community that meshed all well together, but if you would like to make some changes, please think about volunteering for that committee. With your comment about the hot water, defer again to Don. Hot water is not for a building. Hot water is individual by units.
Yeah, were you talking about the washers and dryers?
Oh, in the
Washer
laundry
and
room.
dryers, that's what I thought. And Steve is more up to date on that than I am.
Okay, Steve?
Are you talking about a front load or a top load washer?
Yeah, nothing but front loads.
So the hot water tanks were replaced last year under a program with JCI. They are high-efficiency hot water heaters. They are 20-gallon hot water heaters. To the best of my recollection, a hot water cycle on a front-load washer that we have takes 4.5 gallons of water. Those were sized down to 20-gallon tanks from the old dual 50s based on the recovery rate of the smaller tank, the Rheem, the high insulated. And by calculation, you should be able to fill 4 washing machines, all running hot simultaneously at 4.5 gallons times 4 machines. So maybe we should refer this over to maintenance to check on the status of that particular hot water heater. Also, the recovery rate is very quick on those hot water heaters, so even if you take it all the way down and consume all 20 gallons in 4 washing machines, the cycle time of 45 minutes to complete the wash should be sufficient to recharge of the hot water heater. So in my opinion and judgment, this is an exceptional situation that may be a failure of equipment.
So we will turn this over to maintenance and have them come out and check the thermostat and see if there's a problem with the various hot water heaters. Can you tell me the number or where the laundry room is?
At 15.
Okay, thank you.
Chris is actually back there taking the notes.
Okay.
She'll do a ticket.
All right. We'll go look into it. Mr. Lee, at resident advisory, you were advised that we don't make those decisions. We cannot give you that extra decal, and you were advised to go to GRF and the decal desk with your pictures and your proof that you could use one stall, one carport for both your car and your golf cart. But that's not a decision that United could make. We are not in charge of that.
VMS, not GRF?
No. GRF oversees security access, which is the decals. It's through VMS, and you would probably start at the decal window over there, but GRF makes the decisions for any exceptions.
So if we could borrow that paper back, Chris is going to take him when she goes back to the office and, is this it? Okay, sorry, got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll open it up to any of the other directors who have a comment. Mr. Decker.
First of all, Jeff, our attorney's comment is well taken, but the community started with the age of 52. So some changes were made to increase the age to 55. So I don't see why we cannot increase the age. At least consider increasing the age. The Social Security now, most people don't get until age 65. Most people work late until age 60, 65. And the traffic jam is there coming through Gate 2. And Mr. Karmarkar lives on Gate 2, Via Estrada, Gate 2. And there's like 60 or 70 cars I have seen come through between time 5:30 and 6:30. That's a lot of cars coming through. Also, I would like to say one more thing about renters. True, we don't have as many renters as some other mutual, but we do have sufficient renters, of course. Pardon me, yes.
Sublessees.
They're sublessees. They're called sublessees, but what they are doing is they're renting that unit as far as they're concerned. And with them comes more cars, more younger generation people are our sublessees, if you really look up. And increase in traffic is associated with that as well. I also have another comment on, I would like to sympathize with Pamela. Is she still here?
Pamela.
She left. I think we are one big happy family. We have to be one big happy family, not just a big family this side of the gates. We have to take care of each other, and I sympathize with her loss. Also, thank you, Mr. Mike, for enlightening me with the king cake rumor, news. I did not know. Yeah, all I knew about Mardi Gras was the parade. So now I know a little bit more. That's about all I got. And also, I want to thank Mr. Beckett for speaking for somebody else. Thank you.
All right, any other directors who would like to speak? Pat?
Yes, I would like to say to Mr. Kamaka that renters have been only 8% for the last 5 years since I've been monitoring it as president and treasurer. It's remained 8%, plus or minus maybe 0.5%. So that is something we cannot be real concerned about. If we can keep our percentage of renters at that, that's about the best we can do, you know? And then I would like to say about the idea of the having three things for your parking, having 3 cars. I really think we, United Board, need to reinstate the parking committee that we used to have, that Steve was running, doing a good job of. And I think we maybe need to bring that back in again, because by having everybody having 3 cars in United, that's, brings a lot of cars into the community. Then I'd like to thank John Beckett, because his little talk on due diligence was very appreciated, I hope, by everyone. Thank you very much.
Any other directors with comments? Maggie?
To Mr. Green, the building occupants get to select the color. They're given a choice. They are told what color it is going to be. If they go around, if they submit a request signed by the occupants for a different color, they can usually get a different color. So one of those 3 buildings, I'm surprised, is not a different color just because it has different occupants, but that is unusual. They are limited to certain ones because eventually they say we don't have any more of this paint. If this combination is very popular, then sometimes they have to remove one of the options. But ordinarily, the residents of the building do have a say in the paint. Thank you.
Director Trong?
Thanks, Chair. And sorry, I have a cold, so I'm having a mask on myself, and hopefully I won't spread this germ to anybody else. Yeah, but because of the board meeting, that I really cannot give up the opportunity to meet everybody that coming out here and vote for the issues that we talk about. First, I want to talk about Mr. Michael Nolan, 715, the stairs under the understairs issue. Who's responsible for that? I believe our landscape chair has mentioned that you may do it if you want to do it. I think the issue at that 715, Mr. Norman's issue is that nobody wants to maintain it now at this point. And so there's a...
This will be covered in my landscape report, sorry.
Interrupt.
Okay.
Okay, so the issue is that if nobody wants it and it hasn't been assigned to anybody in the past, they just volunteer doing that, and it's a common area. I would assume it's by default, if it's a common area landscape issue, the landscape department should take over that and help resolve that issue. And also, we're talking about the putting in requests. I believe they put in requests several months ago, several times, and there were responses, correspondence back and forth, and suddenly things stopped. So it is very important that we continue resolve these issues rather than just request for putting another, asking them to put in another request to see what's going on there. I would assume there's, and Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, I would assume there's some request information in the system. Maybe we can pull it out and see what's going on there, what's the progress with that request. And that will help us out a lot.
It's not questions to somebody else.
Second thing is about Mr. Sanley's request about one bedroom, one den needs two. They have 2 cars and 1 golf cart in the back in the past, and now they are only allowed to have 2 cars. So there is a variation situation that people can request that, and that's we want to make sure all the residents have a good life here and enjoy life, not to forced to sell their cars once the rule is changed. And another one is to Pam Grunke. Really appreciate your contribution to the community and your husband, the late husband's contribution. And we hope that during this tough time, you will continue to help us out and spend time working with us. That will hopefully will make your life feel better, contribute to the community. We all thank you very much for that. And as far as John Beckett's compliment on myself, and I thank you very much for the compliment. And skeptical as I am, I'm looking at from best practice in my career. Some of the best practice are not executed here the same way, so we're trying to find out any reason why we cannot execute those, do the same way best practice. We're still struggling, we're still trying to find out what's the best way. Maybe that will save us money and help us be more efficient and effective. Thank you very much.
Director Armendariz.
Thank you, Anita. I'd like to make some remarks on 4 items. The first one is landscaping. I don't think this was said, but for those units that have that area under the stairwell, you can make a request to resident services to have that either covered with pavers or gravel. So at least that eliminates your need to continue to maintain it. So you do have that option, and I think a lot of residents would prefer that versus somebody just independently volunteering to maintain it who may not do a very good job. The second one I want to answer is, or discuss is the one about age. I hadn't thought about it till a resident brought it up, but frankly, I'm not too much in favor of changing anything that has worked well for the last 50 years. And on that score, I recognize that this would affect the market available out there for the purchase of your units. If all of a sudden you limit it to 62 or 65 or whatever, again, I don't want to tamper with market forces. So that's what I have to say on that age factor. Third item I wanted to comment on was I wanted to thank John Beckett for appearing here and supporting Andre. It's good to see a resident come forward and express support for all of us that are trying to do the best job we can for the community. I know that at times Andre, because of his zeal for trying to do the best he can for the community, will sometimes be a little outspoken. But regardless of that, that's still no reason to try to silence him. So the last item I have to mention is about Pam. Thank you for giving up your husband all those years to provide service to the community. And I'm terribly sorry for your loss and that I never got to meet him. Thank you.
Director Leonard.
Concerning the parking, made some recommendations a year or so ago about controlling the number of stickers to be granted. The simple fact is that if you allow every unit in United to have 3 stickers, you will be talking about 19,000 vehicles. We have 6,300 car parking spaces. We have something along the lines of 1,054 striped parking spaces. Make it 1,058. We just added 4 in cul-de-sac 9. The recommendations that I had brought forth were turned down by the board. A parking committee was reinstated, and to the best of my recollection, their findings were that we don't have a parking problem. So I just wanted to go back to that as a matter of refreshing some folks' recollections on that. We do have a problem where this community was built with 1 carport space per manor. And striped parking was made available for some overflow, but in 1964-65, most retired couples owned an automobile, not 2. And as far as golf cart parking spaces, to the best of my recollection, we have something along the order of 50 or 60 golf cart assigned parking spaces. And we have what we have. Many people park on the curb streets in front of their manors as it's more convenient. We have a number of carport spaces that are not utilized as a result. And it's a complex issue. And like most things, it's 50 years old, and there doesn't seem to be any mechanism for finding a solution that meets everyone's needs. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Akbar, you've already had your chance. We only get one response. Any other director responses? I'd like to ask Jeff to make one comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to share appreciation Mr. Beckett's comments about due diligence, which this board, I sincerely believe, in each board member serving United understands, because we've discussed it during many, many meetings. There's legal significance and ramifications with due diligence. And as volunteers, due diligence, even though you're not getting paid for this job and you're spending many, many hours serving your community, you are required, and this board understands they're required to engage in due diligence. And what's of significant importance is how that due diligence is performed in a cooperative, professional, and civil manner, which this board is continuously working on to do to make sure there's a very strong, cohesive synergy amongst the board to accomplish as much business and to accomplish as many goals as possible for United and its members. So I wanted everybody to understand that that is a top priority of this board, which I'm helping directly on as well.
Thank you. Let's go back to our agenda now. And we have our update from VMS, and Mary Stone is our representative that's going to be reporting today.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, directors, members. At the January 17th VMS board meeting, CEO Brad Hudson reported that IT Director Chuck Holland had two special items to share with us. The first was a smartphone translator that will be tested at the information desk to communicate with non-English speaking residents and guests. An increasing number of residents coming into the community have difficulty communicating things like service requests and unit alterations. VMS was very impressed with the demonstration of the new Google Pixie 2. This smartphone allows both the users to listen to and speak foreign languages. The second item was a video taken of an incident at Gate 16. A car exiting the community failed to stop before making a turn and struck a cyclist. The driver did not stop. Our new gate system was not only able to record the incident, but was able to get the license number that security turned over to the sheriff. Chuck reminded us that the system records entry and exit information on every vehicle and may eventually be used to address guest and vendor violations. The CEO reported the staff was finishing up on 2017 projects and moving into projects scheduled for 2018. He also talked about how happy the prior to paint crew was with new procedures to replace, not patch, dry rot areas. We discussed changing landscape from a commercial approach to a residential approach. And Brad expressed his disappointment in getting gas rather than electric buses because of our ramp requirements. The VMS board had an extra meeting on January the 31st. Meetings on the fifth Wednesday are closed meetings. We discussed several personnel items and met Carrie Weldon, our new HR director. The CEO updated us on several contractual issues and litigation matters. Attendance at our February 7th meeting was higher than usual. The directors were anxious to hear about the shooting incident and the VMS staff response. I'm so proud of our VMS staff for the deep concern they have for our residents. From the initial code red sent to inform us of the incident, to the movie and refreshments provided to stranded residents waiting at the Performing Arts Center, to also the shuttle service following morning to help residents get to their cars. Staff was amazing. I asked several people if they thought our former managing agent would do something like this, and everyone emphatically said, no way. Brad said he was sorry he couldn't get Gate 4 open sooner, but I thought how frustrated our residents would have been if nothing had been done to help them. Bravo, Brad and VMS staff. Brad Hartley updated us on his General Services Division, starting with transportation. A new scheduling software, which will be rolled out within the next 2 weeks, will include a portal for self-scheduling. 2 new small buses that have many special features have been ordered, and a separate bus for the towers is being considered. Next, he talked about the underperformance of the paving department and how the pace has been accelerated to a point where they are working on last year's requests. Fleet management is another department that has acquired new software and will be going paperless. This software will track time as well as activities and materials. Bruce said things are not happening as fast as he would like because they are trying to clean up old stuff and perform updates without hiring additional staff. Custodial service is being improved by replacing brooms and mops with specialized equipment and products. Landscape has a new manager and 2 new supervisors, and the teams have been rearranged. Supervisor requests were very high in 2017, but they are going down now, and open tickets are down. Bruce informed us that picking up stuff around dumpsters is taking a considerable amount of custodial time and has been filling 2 40-yard rollouts. The 3rd Saturday waste management pickup is not sufficient, so they are working on other options. And finally, Bruce reported that the purchasing, contracts, warehousing, and central services are all running smoothly. I thank you for attending our meetings on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays and look forward to seeing you at our next meeting, which is January the 21st. Chuck Holland will be giving an update on his IT department. That's my report, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Mary from the board? I just might clarify one little thing. VMS has open meetings, but they are open to their members. The board members on each of the boards of directors are the members for VMS. It is not open to residents.
Thank you
So if you have an issue, please come through the board to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita.
Okay, and now we have our CEO report, and Lori.
Morning. Thank you, Mary, for your kind comments on the accident. It was very unfortunate. We did our best to communicate and serve the community. First of all, I want to talk about how, since it's February, the Love Month, we're spreading the love everywhere, and there's a lot of work going on just about in every clubhouse. So first of all, Clubhouse 4, there's a lot of pool work going on, so be careful around that area, and we'll get it open soon. And we're getting ready to remodel gatehouses 4, 10, 11, and 12. And then as soon as that's done, then we'll start working on the gate arms at 8 different gates, 4 of which are in the Service United residents. The History Center's getting ready for a roof and AC improvements. It's very safe to say this will not impact library hours, and we let everybody know that in the blast on Friday. And we'll continue to do some publicity for library patrons. And we encourage you to visit the library because they have almost every Oscar movie that was nominated. So you could check it out, watch it for no charge, and return it. You could even have an Oscar party at your home. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, and then there's new clubhouse signs at Gate 2 and Gate 4, and some residents have noticed because we got an email yesterday thanking us about upgrading that area. Ernesto gave me some updates for you with regard to epoxy waistline remediation. That budget, as you know, is $1.5 million. There's a three-year contract was signed with a contractor who will perform the epoxy lining work. And work will begin on January 15, or work did begin on January 15. And I think, Maggie, you said you already had yours done, right? It was working well?
I had mine done last year. It's great. It's a blessing. It's really good.
Good. So ongoing upgrades there. Buildings currently scheduled for epoxy lining are 317, 318, 56, 57, 455, 456, 190, 191, 2102, 2104, 2105, 2106, 2108, 228, 229, 213, 214, 695, 697, 698, 2045, 2046, 2057, 345, 346, and 360. So who says we're not doing a lot out there? And then prior to paint, that budget's $982,000, and the Prior to Paint program prepares building surfaces for painting and includes repair and mitigation of dry route decking and welding repairs where necessary. It's performed every 8 years in conjunction with the Prior to Paint program. And exterior paint program is going on. That budget is $2.2 million of the United budget. The exterior components of each building are painted every 8 years, and the program includes lead abatement, a full exterior wash and paint, deck top coating, and building address signs replacement as needed. And then with regard to alterations, we do have, when there's a moisture intrusion event, or when somebody orders a new dishwasher or refrigerator. We do have a waiver now, thanks to Gary, to be able to provide better customer service. So if a resident is willing to sign a waiver that they hold us harmless in case there's a damage to an alteration countertop or something, then we're happy to reconnect it. You just have to sign the waiver. And that's it, unless you have questions for me, and I do want to introduce 2 new employees. Any questions for me? Nope. Okay, good. So I'd like to introduce Carrie Weldon. She's amazing. She's our new HR director. She replaces Jackie Giacomazzi. Jackie's last day is the beginning of April, and so we got Carrie on early, and she knows about the Dayforce program, which is our new employee payroll program. So it's great to have her on board, and I want her to talk for a couple minutes so that the community got to know her. Carrie?
Thank you, Lori. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really looking forward to working with you. I thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in La Crescenta, and I have a master's degree in business from Claremont. I have over 30 years' experience in human resources, and I've worked for major companies such as Disney, Bank of America, Toyota, and most recently I worked for Catalina Island, which most closely aligns with Laguna Woods Village. I worked with all the activities on the island, the golf course, the country club, the housing, the hotels, the restaurants, the retail shops, the landscaping, the maintenance. Sat on the hospital board, made sure we had emergency response teams, and the sheriff, and public relations. So based upon all that experience, I just wanted to tell you how much I'm looking forward to working with all of you. So thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. And then it's my great pleasure to introduce Eileen Pollan. She is our new marketing and communications manager. So she will work with Heather in the marketing communications department. She'll oversee all the briefs and all the communication meetings. She'll be the staff officer for GRF MACC. She'll be the staff officer for Thrive and all those other great communication committees we have. She's going to try to build her team, and our goal has been and continues to be, especially with her expertise, to be more proactive on communication and marketing. And so with that, Eileen, do you have a couple things to say? And she's got business cards already, too.
Didn't know I was going to get to speak. First of all, how do you all do? It's both sides of the room. I'm very excited to be here. It's only day 2, so bear with me. As I said to Lori, my head last night with all the acronyms. But I'm really delighted. I think this is a wonderful culmination of all my experience. My educational background is, I'm sorry if you're a Bruin, but I'm a graduate of the University of Southern California journalism, the Annenberg School of Journalism there. I've been in all forms of media ever since, and my favorite thing to do is get to know new people and connect people. So I know I have a lot to learn. Please stop by anytime, and I do have cards, so if anybody would like one, I'd be happy to give you one. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. So unless you have any other questions, that's it from us.
Thank you, Lori. And thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Eileen. We keep adding really superior staff members to serve this community, and I'm very proud on behalf of United to welcome you. Our next item on the agenda, 11, is the consent calendar. To remind you that all matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board on one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by a member of the board for further discussion, that item will be subject under the specific area of the agenda that it would pass. Do I have a motion to
Yes.
approve the consent calendar?
Madam, I move that we accept the consent calendar.
Thank you, Pat. Do I have a second? Andre? I don't mean to favor this side. I'll try to keep looking over here too. Sorry. All right, all of those in favor of the consent calendar, please raise your hand. All right, it's unanimous. All right, we go to item 12 on the agenda, which is unfinished business. And the first item, 12A, is to entertain a motion to introduce a resolution to approve modifications to the financial qualifications policy. This was first read in December, and so it complies with Civil Code. It's had more than 30 days because of the shortness of some of the months. And so the vote today will be the vote for or against the motion. Madam Secretary, would you read this, please?
Yes. I'd like to note that we'll change the spelling of qualifications. We don't need another I. Okay, whereas it is in the best interest of Resolution 0118XX, Financial Qualifications Policy, whereas it is in the best interest of the corporation to protect and preserve the financial integrity of the corporation, selling prices within the village are within the county's affordable housing limits, and whereas guarantors in the committee have community have increased, and some have been allowed to guarantee multiple units with the same sources of income and asset requirements. Now therefore be it resolved, February 13th, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts amendments to financial qualifications policy, including the minimum income requirement for prospective shareholders and transferees is increased from $36,000 to $40,000, and the ability to qualify in United with a guarantor is eliminated. Resolved further that staff is hereby directed to disseminate this information to the realty community serving Laguna Woods Village, and resolved further that Resolution 01-17-134 is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Leonard? All right, Director Blackwell, as the maker of the motion, you have the right to speak first on it.
Yes. First, I would like to, on the supporting page, which is the prior page, there is one more dot that should be added there. There are 3 dots. The last dot is upon close of escrow.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 12A, page 6 of 7. It's just ahead of the resolution I just read.
What's your language for the board?
It's directly after signing of an occupancy agreement.
Right, right.
But you still have to have close of escrow.
Upon close of escrow.
We have drawers of unfinished
Right.
projects.
I support this idea, because I think it is time for us to do this. Often the guarantors have their own dependents and things to consider. When they put their parents in a home, here instead of a home, then they will guarantee that, but then their own children are going to college and buying homes and things like that, and they really cannot afford to be a guarantor for that. So we need assurance somehow. Those people disappear, they die, we are not notified, so we do not really know how many guarantors that we have actually still exist. So this is very hard for us to verify and follow up on. We cannot run controls on all the guarantors all the time, and in fact, we can't run controls on all the residents, owners either. So it is time for us to increase this slightly, and I move this.
You've already moved it, so
Yes.
we only want your support.
Right.
Okay. All right, Steve, you seconded it. Do you have something to add?
Yes. I have a number of things that I'd like to add. I am in support of this. First of all, I'd like to call to attention on Agenda Item 12A, page 1 of 7, that there is an error in the third to last paragraph, which starts with much discussion. The second to the last sentence says more than 50% of units sold. That is incorrect. It should be 8% for 2017. As to the motion, first I'd like to say that this is not a solution to our financial qualifications issues. In my mind, this is the first piece of a very complex puzzle. We have been discussing this back in governing documents going back to, I believe, last September, when Director Tibbetts had expressed some concerns that our current $36,000 worth of income may not be sufficient in today's needs. And governing docs discussed this in September and October, and I think finally put this forward in November. We voted on it to move it to today in December. It wasn't enough time in 30 days to January, so we're here today. So I want everyone to know that this is not something that somebody just woke up one day and said, hey, let's do this. I did a substantial amount of research in the last several months, and I, particularly in the last week, was concerned with how did we get to where we are today, and what have previous boards done, and why? I could only go back as far as 1986. That is the extent of the digital records that are available for board resolutions that I was able to find. Anything else would require staff's time to go out and pull things from vaults and pull out microfiche and go through, and we neither have the staff, the resources, or the money to go into that, and what it would yield, I don't know would be of much value, but I'd like to hit a couple of high points here. In 1986, the board had financial income requirements for single people, couples, and households with 3 residents. And the required amount of assets above and beyond the purchase price was $75,000. That was 31 years ago. The income requirements for a single person was $18,000, and for a couple, it was $21,600. That held until October of 1992, when, as a result of real estate market conditions, the board voted to eliminate the third person qualification and just leave the first and second remaining at $18,000 and $21,600. But they dropped the additional assets above and beyond the purchase price down to $50,000. I found that to be rather remarkable because for a board to decrease the assets required, given the condition of a real estate market that always ebbs and flows and goes ups and down, just kind of seemed to me to be a little bizarre. That held until '94, where they raised the income to $24,000 for any applicant, single or couple, and $50,000 remained for the guarantees or the assets. However, then they added guarantors, which had to have $48,000 in income and $100,000 in assets. So I see nothing prior to '94 that even had any provision for guarantors. So it's not something that has always been in place. There were a few other minor modifications that went on in a few short years. At some point, the board in 1996 said, we'll waive all financial requirements if you have an institutional lender for more than 50% of your market value of your home. I thought that was interesting. That held until 2000, at which point the board put back into place $31,000 of income and $75,000 of assets, and raised the guarantors to $62,000 income and $150,000, and they left the loan waiver in place, i.e., you get a loan, you don't have to financially qualify. In '04, the board raised the income requirement to $36,000 with $100,000 in assets. That $36,000 has remained for the last 13 years. Through the years, in 2008, the board then, once again, let me back up, in 2007, a recognition agreement then became required by the board for loans, and the waiver continued if you had financing between 50 and 90%. In 2008, required financial statements, credit information, verify identity, income, and assets. So we went from not having to provide anything to having to provide everything, even if you had a loan. 2012, there were a litany of things that were added. Tax returns were required, schedules, businesses, profit and loss statements if you had income from businesses. Buyers' income could be collectively considered. There's a whole list of things here. In 2012, the individual recognition agreement was modified or revised. And in November of 12, all must submit financials except members purchasing replacement if vesting is in the same name. We know that's been in effect for quite some time. In 2015, the board changed the requirements for guarantors to be $90,000 of income and $250,000 in assets. In 2016, we aligned the stock certificate with the occupancy agreement. In August of 2016, we had financial requirements where children were providing money for the purchase of a manor for their parents. In 2017, we discontinued the use of individual recognition agreements. And in November of 2017, financial waiver was removed. Shareholders must qualify. So that's a little history, so you know. To the point of this resolution to eliminate guarantors, if you look at the reissued chart, this covers from 2002 through 2017. And you can see a remarkable increase in the number of guarantors that we have had, especially in recent years. And at the top of this, you can see the annual sales. So just from 2012 to 2017, the number of guarantors doubled. Will it double again? What does a guarantor do for us? Well, it guarantees that we'll collect our assessments, but we collect our assessments anyway. Because if someone is financially encumbered and can no longer meet their obligations, if they have a loan, NCB will call their loan and the unit will be sold, right? So the guarantors really don't do much for us. What guarantors do is they allow people who can't meet our income and asset requirements to be able to reside here. What I have learned in my approximately 18 months on the board is that just as we have the Laguna Woods Foundation, who provides some financial help for people who are having trouble paying their bills because they're aging in place. What also happens is when people start to fall on financial difficulties, whether it be for health reasons or whatever other reasons there may be, that then brings forward the thought of bringing in a roommate, an illegal occupant. If I only had another $150 or $200 or $300 a month, I could buy my medication, I could continue to eat, I could pay my electric bill, I could smog my car, it needs repairs. And I think as a board, I think all boards, especially us, we have a primary duty, a fiduciary duty, to ensure that our shareholders who are here now are safe and protected. And illegal occupants are unknown parties who are brought in here, which we don't even know about. Even if a shareholder member puts in for a co-occupant, we have other people now residing with our community who may then call in other people that we have no idea who they are they friends, their families, and children, grandchildren. And we have seen in disciplinary committee executive hearings, time and time again from the compliance department, about outside people who cause problems, whether they're thefts in laundries, vandalism of automobiles, clutter, up and down the line. So when it comes to the guarantor status, it affects no one who is here. All of our shareholders and all of our members do not have to re-qualify, even if they want to replace their manor. They want to sell the manor they're in now and replace it with another. Requalification is not required. If you sell your manor and you move out and you say, oh my gosh, I've made a mistake, I want to come back to United, to the village. If you do that within 90 days of the close of the sale of your escrow, you do not have to requalify. So the only people that are affected going forward are prospective purchasers and shareholders going forward. The other thing that I'd like to mention is, kind of briefly, that I've also done a lot of work on the income side, because I hear people say, we're a low-income community. We're a very low-income community. We're a poverty-level income community. And what I usually find when I hear such statements is they are opinions without foundation. So I want to bring a couple of things forward to you. According to the U.S. Census Bureau in 2014, in California, the median household income for a person 65 or older is $45,732. According to Social Security, retired workers on average, 2016 data, receive $1,360 as an average monthly benefit. There is a calculator that is available online from Pew Research. For those of you who are familiar with Pew Research, they are a very highly regarded firm. In Orange County, also in Los Angeles and Long Beach, a single person with an income of $30,000 is considered to be middle income. For two people to be considered into the middle income, the number is $45,000. So before us is this $40,000 as the new bar on the income side. Again, I think this is one piece of the puzzle. I think that going forward that this board has a lot of work to do to establish more realistic income requirements for singles versus couples. Also for the asset requirements that are going to be involved. A recent study just showed that a baby boomer retiring today at age 65 will need $200,000 to pay for their medical and health care needs for the next 20 years. Our requirement is only $125,000 in assets over the purchase price. And I'll close with this. If two different individual parties make an application in United to purchase, and they both have the same incomes, let's say $40,000, and they both qualify because they have $125,000 in assets over and above the purchase price. But if one of those people pays cash for their unit, and they still now have $125,000, but the other person takes a loan from NCB of, let's say, 80% on a $250,000 property, and that's a $200,000 mortgage, they incur an additional expense of $1,000 a month for the liability of that mortgage. We do not take that into consideration. We do not look at what people owe above and beyond what they're purchasing here. And as someone who has sat upstairs and looked at purchase applications for the last 18 months, if someone tells you that they have an income derived from their business of $85,000 a year and they own $1 million worth of commercial property, my question is, how much do they owe on the commercial property? Because if they get into a financial situation and they can't make their payments on their commercial property and they lose their commercial property, they will also lose that income. So again, this is a very complex puzzle. I'm in favor of this moving forward today, and I'd like to see our committees endeavor to work even harder in the future. Thank you.
Comments from other directors? We'll start over here. Gary?
I agree with Steve, and I want to thank Steve for all the work he did, the background that he's provided, and I think that it's very helpful information.
Thank you. All right, over here, Jamie?
I agree with you, Gary, and I agree with you, and thank you, Steve, for all of your hard work. As you know, I do have one question. I am in favor of this resolution, and I will be voting in favor of it. But I think down the line, we need to also consider that we have couples that are purchasing, and we have singles that are purchasing, and we should take in consideration a separate income level for that single person.
Thank you. Any other comments on this side? Pat?
Yeah, I would just like to say that if you get a loan from NCB, you do have to qualify, and NCB requires that, I think it's either 45% or 40%, you cannot encumber it more than that, your income. And then as far as the delinquency list, we've only got 30 people on the delinquency list, and how can there be that many guarantees? There's hardly any guarantors that are on that. Do you know how many are on that delinquency list of the guarantors?
Personally,
And,
personally, no, I do not.
and NCB actually pays United if there is someone in delinquency after 3 months, NCB reimburses you. So we have a lot of our things already covered. I can see the benefits of going up to 40,000, even maybe more than that, because that's legitimate. But as far as the guarantors are concerned, I think we're probably best just to leave that right out of it. And the fact that our sales have dropped significantly in 2017. In 2016, we had 38 sales in, I think it's the month of January. But now in 2017, we only have 23. I'm concerned that all this changing with all the requirements and everything may be affecting our sales. Of course, I don't know that for sure, but it would be one factor one should consider. Why have our sales gone down so significantly? So even though I think Steve did a fairly decent job, even though everything wasn't quite the way it is, I shall be voting against this because I think we need more support and more facts, and I'm also concerned about these sales. Thank you.
Director Arca.
I came here in 2016, but the community was started back in 50-some years ago as a leisure world meant for retirees to come in, seniors to come in and enjoy their last few years of life. But right now, what has happened, I see, is this has become an area for people, younger generation, 55 maybe, coming in and using this as a country club living. And this has become a ground for making money by the potful with investors and flippers who come in and do a little bit of paint and a little bit of this and a countertop and jack up the price from $400 and some thousand to $600 some thousand in some units, from $200,000 to $400,000 in some other units that I know. Income requirement should be such, I understand, to be that a single person should be able also to afford, as well as people from outside of California should be able to afford. Californians, when they retire, they sell their home and they have a pot full of money that they can bring here and live here. But outside, like some people, their property values don't appreciate as much and they reduced. We don't get, when we cut down the guarantors and increase the requirements, you're cutting down even more people. You have to look at a long-term effect of what happens when we change things. A lot of people of my age came here. We have put every cent, every blood drop to get our children to be good society members. My alone, I have 3 children that are taking a load of responsibility in this country, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Now, not necessarily everybody is as fortunate as I am, and possibly some people don't have enough money, but their children have the obligation to give them a good retirement life. It is not fair for us to eliminate guarantors requirement altogether. That is going to close the window that some of the children have to repay their parents, to give them a life in this country club type environment. This was meant to be for retired people and not for people who are still working for 10, 15 more years after they move in here, as it is evident. We need to look at, even though our attorney, Mr. Beaumont, say that the age restriction cannot be changed, it was changed from 52 to 55 for whatever reasons. And that wasn't, included in long research by Steve that went on over 15 minutes, we have to, also restrict how many minutes one can talk. Median age has increased, has reduced, showing that our crowd is getting younger and younger. A few more years down the road, all the seniors will be shut off, and there will be no life left for seniors. People who are single after becoming widows, some of them cannot afford to be here for their income. That's what is more, we have to look at that aspect rather than eliminating guarantors. We should be able to guarantee them, and our Chris Collins is proposing that, hey, we can support you, yes, but that doesn't mean we have to go on welfare burden. We have to look at a long-term aspect, long-term views, and I'm going to be voting against this proposition. The changes we are making are not for long-term effects for seniors. Well, a single shareholder as well as seniors in this community should have equal voice. Our sublease people are only at 8%, but if you take 8% of 6,300, that's a big number. Fortunately, we don't have these as high as the other area where they have no control on so far on the renters. But we have to make sure that we keep this community for senior people as a solace or a haven, as a gateway to heaven, instead of making this as a retirement, as a community for investors and a community for country club living for young people who move in here because the property values here are slightly lower than outside. Thank you very much.
Okay. Manuel?
I'll try to make this brief because we've already spent a lot of time on this, but I agree with Steve, Pat, Cash, that this is a complicated topic and we need to study it some more. In the information we were given when we first became directors, there's some statistics there. I think it's also on the website. 50% of the population here, the median age is 76.1, I believe. That means 50% of the population is older than that, 50% of the population is younger than that. The median income is only $36,000, which again means half the population earns more than that, half the population earns less than that. So here we're putting restrictions on new property owners that are even higher than our current residents are facing. So we need to study this, and we also had talked about amending this to allow guarantors to only guarantee one property, which again makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to vote against this as well, because we need to do more work on this. Thank you.
Okay. Andre? Take this side first.
I have some questions about this proposal. Personally, I think this increasing the income requirement is probably okay, $36,000 to $40,000. We haven't changed for quite a while, so that's probably reasonable. But on the next paragraph, on agenda item 12, page 1 of 7, under the discussion, the second paragraph, I believe Steve has mentioned in the very beginning that this is not to solve financial problems. Okay, so we are not going to talk about any financial problems. But then there's a talk about they cannot meet the requirement, income requirement. How can they meet the assessment requirement? Pat has mentioned the delinquency report. I've tried to request the delinquency report comparison, number of delinquencies compared to guarantors. Based on my understanding, there is absolutely no relationship between delinquency and guarantors, which means guarantors has no effect on the delinquency, has no effect on the financial requirements, the assessment, missing the assessment or causing the missing assessment. As far as those other issues that are we talked about poverty income, income with, and before retire, we need 200,000 barely, and after retirement, we need $200,000. I think that's investment bank myth. I make more than $200,000 before I retired, and I thought $200,000 is 80% of my income. I need 80%. And turn out, no, that's not the case. Because before I retired, I have to raise children, I have to pay their tuitions, I have to pay their expenses. And now that I'm retired, they are all on their own. I don't need that much money. Probably $40,000 is sufficient. The $50,000, I have some luxury in there. So that's probably not the case, okay, based on my own experience. But of course, if you want to travel all the time, go to exotic restaurant, that's not enough. Okay, based on my talking to quite a few retired people living in this area, 30, 40, 50, all work well. Okay, depends on what kind of lifestyle you want to live. So on the second page, we have 3 requirements, 3 reasons for this policy. The first reason is guarantee. There are guarantors who have been allowed to guarantee multiple units with the same source of income and asset requirements. I do think that it might be an issue here, okay, in our community, that if somebody's making as a guarantor and guaranteed 3 units, then they, with the same income, they may have, if they don't have a sufficient income, they may have problems meeting that. But let's face it, guarantors has legal obligation to meet the requirements of the guaranteed units. If the guarantor is not, if we are not going after guarantors, they can make whatever they want. There's no way we can make this procedure work. So the issue is, do we enforce that? Do we want to enforce that? Maybe what we need to do is to require guarantors to guarantee only 1 unit, or if you have 2 or 3 units, your income and assets need to be doubled or tripled. That way, give them the opportunity to guarantee their husband's side parents and wife's side parents to living close to their grandchildren's. So that's probably one of the alternative. And to eliminate guarantors, in order to eliminate this kind of multiple units guarantee situation, is a win-lose situation. We eliminate that problem, but the residents, potential buyers, lost out opportunity to meet that requirement to bring their parents here. If we just require them to say, you can only guarantee 1 unit or multiple units, then you have to have multiple, triple or double your income asset requirement, then we still allow them to do that. If they can do that, that's good. If they cannot do that, then they cannot do that. They won't do that. And also, we need to work on the enforcement side. Make sure if their parents cannot afford assessment, which is not the case. We don't have that kind of situation based on delinquency report. So that would be solved. That will solve the problem rather than eliminate the whole thing for nothing. Delinquency report, we don't see that kind of problem. They talk about illegal occupants and laundry theft, carport situations, on financial difficulties, bringing roommates. I'm not sure if they are related to the caregiver, related to the guarantor situation. I don't want to make guarantors look bad, just dump all these issues to them, say, you caused all the problems. I just want to see some kind of information, relationship statistics, and say, yes, indeed, these people are causing these problems. If they are indeed causing these problems, yes, we need to look into the guarantor, eliminating the guarantor. But if they are not the issue of the problem, it's something else, caregivers. Not all the guarantors have caregivers. One of the board members have, sometimes the board members even have caregivers. And so what's wrong with that? It's their responsibility to take care of the issues. As far as the second requirement, use guarantors whose primary investment were not in the United States. I'm totally puzzled by this reason. I thought guarantors can only use asset income requirements in the United States as guarantee condition. So I don't know where does that, how can you use money investment in outside the United States as guarantee? That I don't know, and I don't understand that. Why is that a reason? So if any guarantors use that as an investment, apparently our staff, our board are not doing our job to eliminate those conditions. So sometimes I felt that, the three conditions, and of course the third condition is guarantees actually guarantee more than 50% of the United units sold. Well, that one's being taken care of. So we know it's only 8%, it's not 50%. Okay, so these two conditions, the first two conditions, I'm seeing we can use a better way to better make a win-win situation, allow the buyers to use guarantor, but there's some limitation. They have to meet certain requirements. And if the member cannot meet their requirements, then the guarantor needs to chip in and pay that whatever expense they need to, assessment or delinquencies.
Director
That's my
Torg, you repeated
Wait.
yourself a couple times, but I'm trying to understand.
All
But
right,
I do take
excuse me.
offense for you saying that our staff does not do their job,
All right,
because our
Lori,
staff works
will-
very hard to enforce the rules.
All right, we
I
will get to that in a
apologize
minute.
that. I said if that's
All
happening.
right. Now, this
then
is a
it's not
very
worth it.
controversial issue, and so I have allowed excess time so that people can have a chance to express themselves, but it is not a debate, and we'll wait till we get around. Don, did you have a comment?
Yeah, everything's been said. We're getting off track quite a bit. And a lot of things have said that there's no backing for what was said. I support this. We've been looking at this, we've studied it, it's been through committee. We're now repeating the same thing. We're starting to do committee work at the board level. I support this. I think we should vote it and get it going. If it's not perfect, then we can, and there are other things to consider down the road, then we'll do it. But let's get going. 36,000, for example, now, that's a poverty level. This is not a poverty community. 36,000? I heard it was poverty. Anyway, I'd like to vote on this and get going.
All right, Janie, you had a comment?
I would like to call for the question, Madam President.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
We do have comments from the floor, which we need to. You jumped the gun there.
May I be heard?
Yes.
I would like to amend the motion. In the fourth paragraph, I would like to say is increased to $30,000 for a single and $45,000 for a couple.
All right, do I have a second to Maggie's motion? Wait, I need a second before we even discuss. All right, there's no second, so your amendment fails.
Okay.
All right, yes, Gary, you've already spoken, sorry. Reza, you had a comment?
The income of middle class has not changed.
Your microphone?
Average income of middle class has not changed for years. We can see that it cannot match the inflation, and also the Social Security has not increased. So I'm going to vote against this because of the income requirement.
Okay. Before we get to the comments from the floor, which we certainly are going to, I'd like to make just a couple comments myself. First of all, we are not alone in this. Other retirements community, for instance, Seal Beach, does not allow guarantors in any of their 18 mutuals. The drop in sales, a lot of that is because we have no inventory. The inventory, it's a seller's market. They can ask for what they want. They get higher prices than they've ever gotten before, but we have fewer units up for sale than we've had in a number of years. As to the comment about Country Club, in doing the research and going back, Cash, do you know that when this was formed in 1967, it was advertised as senior living in a country club environment? It has never been advertised as affordable or low income. And last, we did pass a while ago that only one unit could be guaranteed by any guarantor. That's not in part of this, that is already in our rules. And so, and at that same time, we put in that the shareholder who is being guaranteed had to have a minimum income so that we could hope that they would be able to support themselves even if the guarantor had to help out with the assessments. There are no rules that guarantors can, should, have to help with daily living expenses. So, Mayor, Cheryl, could you give us who's asked to speak?
Yes, our first speaker is Larry Green.
Okay. All right, now, you will have 3 minutes. I did give leeway to board directors, but you will have 3 minutes.
When, now? My name's Larry Green, and I'm totally against eliminating guarantors. I don't care if you increase the rate, make them far more hard to become guarantors, that'd be fine with me. But eliminating guarantors, you're leaving, there's at least close to 40% of the people here at one time used a guarantor. I know several of them that have gone off that. It's close. I didn't say 40. And so you would eliminate me personally. If I wasn't here already and I was trying to get in when I did get in 10 years ago, I would not be here. Yet I'm financially secure because my monthly income is far higher than this $40,000. But I didn't have the money to put down and buy cash. The people who are having problems, there's just as many people who bought in here with cash as the ones that bought in with guarantors. I live next to two people who bought by cash, and they're just struggling to get by. And so I don't think you're solving any problems. I do think you should increase. In fact, 40,000 to me is not enough for especially two people. I think it should be 45,000 and maybe 35,000 for a single. But eliminating guarantors is wrong, and I think you'll have lawsuits also if you do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Cheryl?
Our next speaker is Roberta Burke.
I want to thank Steve for that wonderful presentation, but we didn't have a chance to go over it. And so therefore, please bear with me because that's what happened to my piece of paper listening, all scribbled out. You've said that what do guarantors do for you? Well, they don't, but they do for us. They do for people coming in, and they possibly can do for heirs. So if they're not causing any kind of problems, I really don't see why you're making a big deal of eliminating them. For 20 years that I have lived here in United, we've never had a real problem collecting maintenance from those with guarantors or from those without guarantors. Most of the delinquencies in all these 20 years have been temporary until estates are settled. We really don't have a problem collecting maintenance, and so I don't see why the guarantor issue is. A lot of us moved in here with the understanding that our children were going, if they want to live here, that our children would be able to move in. Times have changed. Nobody knows what happens tomorrow. My daughter is married with a husband, and if she wanted to move in, she'd have no problem. If she got divorced, which is very common today, I really don't know what will happen. And therefore, it has given me personally, and many other people I know, a great deal of comfort to understand and know that there is the ability to have a guarantor. One guarantor, one unit. I was shocked to find out that this board had, not this board, but the boards had allowed, in fact, multiple and business companies coming in and doing it. And I think that actually was a disgrace because they have no personal involvement here. Time's up?
No.
Oh.
That stopped. We
Oh,
did stop that.
okay. As far as I'm concerned, none of the reasons that you have given on the written report that you're voting on justify the stress that some of our residents will go through because if this vote goes through. This change will cause many in the community huge expenses in changing wills and trusts, not to minimize the emotional fact of having lived here with peace of mind, knowing one of their kids will be living here one day. How can you possibly guarantee that just by making these changes, our property values will hold up? Perhaps they'll go down because these changes, along with others that have been made, might just dissuade interest in coming here. Maybe they'll just go to third. These changes the changes that we individuals have to make are going to be very costly and unsettling. It is a big disruption in our lives, just when we thought that we had everything in order and covered. It really isn't necessary to do away with the guarantor portion. You claim the reason to eliminate guarantors is because they're multiple. We went through the multiple unit thing, and I think that you should consider who's lived here. I think you consider the fact I'm living here 20 years. For 20 years, I knew that my kids could move in as long as they had the money, and depending upon what their circumstances were, two could always cover one in some fashion financially, and they would become the guarantors. I think you're changing everyone's lives in many, many units, and I think you're making our lives topsy-turvy, and I hope you turn this
Thank you,
down.
Roberta. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is Maxine McIntosh.
I brought a terribly small tablet with me. I'm trying to keep my pages numbered so I don't waste time. First of all, I'd like for everyone here to realize, and everyone watching on TV, that this would not affect us, those of us already living here. When the board if the board passes this resolution, it becomes effective at a certain date for the new people moving in. If someone here used a guarantor, you're not going to be kicked out. You're not going to suddenly have to come up with more money. This only affects new people moving in. And if any of you missed some of the excellent research that Steve did and presented here, notice he presented his sources.
No talking in the audience, please.
Steve presented his sources of information so that anybody else can look it up if they want additional information. Pat English gave us her historical perspective as a financial officer. I really appreciated that, and I'm listening to your other comments. I really would like myself both of these proposals to pass. I've sat in your place before, and I know that bottom line is what Steve said in his closing statement. He said that guarantors sometimes allow people to move in who really can't afford it. I always worry about people moving in who I know aren't going to be able to afford to live here the rest of their lives. It's easy when you move in at age 65 or 70 or maybe even 55, but you know, when you're in your 90s and you've run out of money, it's really difficult to find another place to live, to go through your finances. I've gone through this with 3 members in our community who all had guarantors who failed them. They may have guaranteed them up front, but as they aged in place, they weren't there to support them. I remember one lady babysitting every day for 2 years to try to make it even on her affording her assessments. The other 2 in tears when they had to move. Well, one did finally get help from a relative, but still moved out of the community. It is really sad, and the board is always trying to say, what can we do to come closer to guaranteeing that the new residents can afford to live here the rest of their lives? There is no crystal ball. There is no guarantee. But when you raise these fees and you eliminate the guarantor in the future, you're making it more secure, and more likely the people moving here can afford it. I certainly am in favor of both features.
Thank you, Maxine. Cheryl?
Next up is Barbara Copley.
I'll try to be as brief as I can. A suggestion has been made. I've attended all of the governing document committee meetings. All of this has been gone over ad infinitum. But a suggestion was made this past week by some people that perhaps you amend the resolution to have only a family member be the guarantor. That would make it a little tighter and possibly be something that would keep this guarantor system in place. The abuses, well, there aren't that many guarantors to begin with. Look at your scale that was given to us. They're less than 300 right now, according to that. And that, as somebody said, is not the problem. They're not the problem. But there have been abuses. You all know it. We've had people guaranteeing multiple people on a commercial basis, and that's something that you want to eliminate and tighten up. And then I would just like to say, as far as real estate prices are concerned, that's the market. It doesn't matter what we do. It's the outside world that affects us. So we don't separate ourselves from the real estate market that's out there. I think that was about all that I had to comment. But I do think that it's very nice to have the guarantor facility so that some very nice, upstanding people can come and live here and enjoy the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Cheryl?
Next up is Jane Blake.
Jan Blake, 481N. I paid cash for my unit 20 years ago, so I'm not worried about that, except that I worry about my heirs. And I don't know, does this apply to heirs? Because an heir has to apply for membership, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then they're in the same situation as somebody that buys, a new buyer. So I've got two daughters. My older daughter could easily, the monthly income isn't a problem if she doesn't have the assets. Whereas her sister, who's also on the trust, has the assets and could be a co-signer. So, and, the monthly assessment is no problem. It's just the qualifying for membership. So, this property has been in our family forever, for 20 years, and they always figured they would be able to live here someday. So I would encourage you not to eliminate the guarantors, but maybe to tighten it up and, like a family member or just one guarantor. And since we only have 36 or 30 delinquencies, I don't really think we have problems here with people paying the assets or the assessments. So I don't know, it seems like we're trying to make a problem where there is none. And I would appreciate it if you would not eliminate the guarantors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Jan?
Next up is Mary Stone.
Mary Stone, 356C. I agree with Jan that I think that you might tighten up the guarantors to immediate family only because there are situations where family members would assist each other. I did look at the United States inflation calculator, and when I moved in, I paid the income was, requirement was $24,000. That would be about $39,000 today. So I think your $40,000 is right on. But I think you do need to modify the guarantors to possibly immediate family only.
Thank you, Mary.
Next up, and this is our last speaker, is Steve Champion.
Good morning. I'm relatively new to the community. We purchased a unit here in July, and I have a fairly substantial background in finance and on HOA boards where I've served in finance committee chair positions and on the board serving as president. Just from my own experience, I was a little bit surprised at some of the things that I was asked for in order to qualify. This This mutual here is not responsible for financing the acquisition of my place. That's my responsibility, and that's done either with cash or a bank, and that would be true with anyone who is purchasing in here. And I think we need to focus on the fact that we're not talking about existing residents, we're talking about new residents who are viewing this as a prospective community to move into. Which sort of brings us to what's the problem we're trying to address and or solve? And, you know, I'm going to give a little history. This gentleman here, Steve Leonard, Director Leonard, thank you very much for your research and recap. I found it excellent. I think the problem that you're trying to address is bad debts. And bad debts come from people not being able to pay their assessments. In looking at the financial statements that I looked at through November, you have recorded $19,000 in bad debt reserve. You've booked that. I would hardly call that any problem at all. I think, for whatever reason, those who put the bylaws and this procedure into place, I'm not sure what they were thinking, but you can't run around and hold everybody's hand. $19,000 is not a problem. 2008 to 2012, I would venture to guess, although I haven't seen the books, there was a huge problem. But you know what? It wasn't just Laguna Woods. It was throughout the country. A lot of people could not pay their assessments. Hopefully, the Finance Committee here has got some procedure for collecting bad debts. It doesn't really matter whether you're asking an individual, a couple, or a guarantor to pay assessments. There's going to be a legal process that is going to take place, whether it's an individual or the guarantor, to go after those assets to make sure the assessment is paid. That's the objective. I know my time is very short, and I apologize for rambling a bit because I wasn't prepared to speak to this issue. I just was going to come and see what this group did. I'd like very much to serve on the Finance Committee if I could figure out who runs it. And I want to thank all of you for what you do, because I've done it and I know what's involved. I don't think what you're addressing here is addressing the problem that may exist. And I'm not sure you have defined what problem it is you're trying to address. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. And the Finance Committee is our treasurer, Gary, and I'm sure he wrote down your name and manor number.
I've got it. Am I allowed to say anything?
No, I think we've gone around and got all of our director's comments, a lot of them. I would like to call for the vote. So,
Madam President, we
Yes.
don't have a second to the motion yet.
yes, we do.
We did. Can you, who was it?
Steve, Maggie made the motion and Steve seconded it.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to call for the vote on this particular motion. And all of those in favor, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. And all those opposed? 2, 3, 4. 5. Pat, you changed your vote. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
So it was 5 to 5, same?
So it's 5 to 5, which means that my responsibility is to break the tie, and I vote in favor of this motion, so it passes.
President, you called for the vote, so that would include a majority vote.
No.
She just
Are we ready to
asked
vote?
for the vote. She said ready for the vote. She didn't mean to call for the vote, which would require a 2/3 vote to vote. So,
Why don't you listen to us?
All right,
Excuse me, Steve, is that correct?
No comments, please.
I'd like to have Steve
Yes.
comment on this vote outcome.
You mean Jeff?
Jeff, I'm sorry. I'd like to have you.
Yes, the chair has the privilege of voting to break a tie, even if the vote was called by the chair, as long as the chair did not make the motion, which Juanita did not make. Who made the motion?
Maggie.
And who seconded? So that makes Juanita eligible to vote to break the tie.
All right, Maggie, you wanted to amend it? You're happy
And
with this.
I would suggest, Madam Chair, since you're the chair and you have the responsibility to maintain decorum, that if there's continued disruptions from the audience, that you provide a warning. And if that warning is not adhered to, that you ask individuals to excuse themselves if they cannot maintain order.
Thank you. Excuse me. All right, the next thing on our agenda is 12B. This is a resolution enabling an anti-discrimination policy, and it was read first in December, so it's up for final vote today. And Madam Secretary, would you read the motion, please?
Resolution 0118XX, anti-discrimination policy. Whereas United Laguna Woods Mutual, United is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation existing under and by virtue of the laws of the state of California, organized for the purpose of providing its members with senior housing on a cooperative, nonprofit basis pursuant to the provisions set forth in its occupancy agreement, articles of incorporation, and bylaws. Whereas United, through its volunteer board of directors, is responsible for management, maintenance, and administration of a residential stock cooperative common interest development under United's governing documents, which include without limitation the occupancy agreement, articles of incorporation, bylaws, operating rules, and board resolutions, which grant United the authority to manage and govern the affairs and the properties within United and all applicable law. Whereas California Civil Code Section 4760A2 provides in part that a member may modify his or her separate interest at his or her expense to facilitate access for persons who are blind, visually handicapped, deaf, or physically disabled, or to alter conditions which could be hazardous to these persons. Those modifications could also include modifications of the route from the public way to the door of the separate interest. Whereas federal law prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, familial status, and disability. Whereas federal law also provides that discrimination includes a refusal to permit, at the expense of the handicapped person, reasonable modifications of existing premises occupied or to be occupied by such person, if such modifications may be necessary to afford such person full enjoyment of the premises. Whereas California law prohibits the owner of any housing accommodation to discriminate against or harass any person because of the race, color, religion, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, marital status, national origin, ancestry, familial status, source of income, disability, or genetic information of that person. Whereas California law also prohibits the owner of any housing accommodation to make or to cause to be made any written or oral inquiry regarding the race, color, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation and marital status, national origin, ancestry, familial status, disability, or genetic information of any person seeking to purchase, rent, or lease any housing accommodation, Any person to make, print, or publish, or cause to be made, printed, or published any notice, statement, or advertisement with respect to the sale or rental of a housing accommodation that indicates any preference, limitation, or discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, marital status, national origin, ancestry, familial status, source of income, disability, or genetic information, or an intention to make that preference, limitation, or discrimination, and to otherwise make unavailable or denying a unit based on discrimination because of race, color, religion, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, familial status, source of income, disability, genetic information, or national origin. Whereas Article 3 of the Articles of Incorporation provides that United shall have and exercise any and all powers, rights, and privileges which a corporation organized under the Nonprofit Mutual Benefit Corporation Law may now or hereafter have or exercise. Whereas Sections 1 and 2 of the bylaws provides that United has the express power and duty to manage, maintain, preserve, and administer the business of the development, and to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the residents within the development. Whereas the board has the power to adopt, amend, or repeal in its discretion rules and regulations not inconsistent with the provisions of the governing documents respectively. And whereas United desires to strengthen, clarify, and confirm its anti-discrimination policy pursuant to applicable law, now therefore be it resolved February 13th, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the anti-discrimination policy, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? Don? All right, it's been moved by Maggie, seconded by Don, that we approve this resolution, which I might mention is federal and California state law. So we are just adding this to our usual policy to make sure we are with both of those. Yes, Pat?
Yeah, I would just like to add, since it's state law, federal law, every other law, why do we need to do one like this too? I mean, aren't we just kind of adding a lot of unnecessary things? Jeff, what do you think?
It's a good question, very good question. And with the influx of fair housing claims that we're seeing in housing communities against boards and staff, the Fair Housing Council, which I've been before many times, looks very highly upon boards that have affirmatively adopted an anti-discrimination policy. So number one, it affirms already what you are doing and supporting, but number two, it just provides that much more credibility to the board's operations and procedures. If you're ever faced with a fair housing complaint, it really bodes very well before the Fair Housing Council that if you have a policy that you've adopted that you can show that you've been following and complying with, it helps defend against any such claims.
Cash?
We did the right thing, but the point is, we could have saved 3 or 4 or 5 minutes and Maggie's voice reading the whole page. We could have just said we are going to follow henceforth with the California law.
Well, I can only point out that we're doing this meeting not just for ourselves here, but for our audience, resident audience. And so it's important, I believe, that we read the resolution so they know what we're voting on. Andre?
I really like this anti-discrimination policy, and I think we need to have something like this. However, like Pat mentioned, that we have state laws, we have federal laws about this policy, and I'm not sure if we are just copy verbatim of what's these laws. If we just copy verbatim of all these existing laws, then why don't we just say we will follow state and federal anti-discrimination policy as attached? That would be it. And saves a lot of time. And also, if there's a federal law or state law made modification to it, and now it's different from us, are we going to do that again over and over again? So my question is, wouldn't it be much easier and save us a lot of efforts going through this process? Just say, we will follow state and the federal anti-discrimination policy, and as it evolved in the future.
Jeff, can you answer that?
Yes, I can. One thing I omitted to address, responding to Cash's comment, is not only is a policy like this adopted by the board very critical to make sure that if you are faced with a fair housing complaint, you have guidelines to point to that the board has adopted and agreed to follow to help defend against those complaints. But it's equally important to provide a message to your members that their board is committed to creating a housing environment that's as inclusive and inviting as possible, regardless of your color, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. And that's equally important to United in this community. And that's why I think this resolution, as read by Maggie, is equally important, so those that are watching understand this, because most people, not just sitting by me, but in the audience, don't have a legal background, and by saying the board just agrees to follow the law, they don't know what the law is, number one. And if you attach the law to this resolution, they still wouldn't know how it applies to United as a community and its board and staff, and how that law has to be implemented specifically for United, which this policy, I think, addresses very clearly. It's very specific and tailored to your operations.
Are we ready to vote? All those in favor? It's been moved by Maggie, seconded by Don. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed? Okay. 8-1, it passes. And now we go to 12C. Entertain a motion to adopt. No, you already spoke.
I'm not against it. I'm just saying.
Andre, you have to be recognized by the chair.
Each one gets to speak once. Entertain a motion to adopt revisions to the United Mutual Standard 43 bathroom splits. This was brought forward in December and has 30 days. It's been more than that because of the calendar. And so that has been satisfied. Madam Secretary, if you have enough voice left, would you read that
Yes.
resolution, please?
Yes, but then I'm going to
All
have
right.
to take a break.
No.
Okay. Resolution 0118X, Section 43 bathroom splits. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and to create new alteration standards as necessary. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee has reviewed numerous variance requests to remodel bathrooms, specifically to create a second bathroom in the footprint of the original bathroom. This type of alteration is commonly referred to as a bathroom split. And whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to create a new standard for these alterations, eliminating the need for members to apply for a variance request for a common alteration. Now therefore be it resolved, February 13th, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following standard, Section 43 of the alteration standards for bathroom splits. Section 43 bathroom splits. General requirements, see Section 1, General Requirements for Alteration Standards. Application, bathroom splits are prohibited in units with 2 bathrooms. Units with 2 bathrooms may reconfigure walls and doors within the same footprint only. Units with 1 full bathroom may split bathroom into 2 bathrooms as follows. The original footprint may be extended up to 3 feet in one direction. The extension of a bathroom footprint may not involve a load-bearing wall or supporting columns. The extension of a bathroom footprint may not extend into adjacent hallways. Prior to connecting into any plumbing work, the waistline is to be inspected by the mutual at the member's expense. Detailed architectural or engineered plans, including plumbing plans for all piping for bathroom split alterations, shall be submitted to the Alterations Department for approval. These plans shall include pipe penetrations, location of plumbing connections and vents, pipe sizes, and types. As-built shall be submitted if any changes are made to the approved plans. Sewer line connections will consist of a minimum 2-inch waistline tied into a minimum 2-inch waistline. All existing cast iron waistline connections shall be replaced with a cast iron. All exposed underground cast iron shall be replaced. All water supply lines shall be of type M copper, minimum 1/2-inch diameter. All pressure lines shall be securely strapped to prevent movement or knocking. All piping in bathrooms with adjacent units shall be insulated for sound reduction, including penetrations through framing. The mutual member assumes all responsibility for any damage that may occur due to construction. Additional requirements, alterations involving common walls shall be fire rated per current California Building Code. All exhaust fans must be installed per the exhaust fan vent installation standard. All penetrations through walls shall be properly sealed to prevent water intrusion. The waterproof integrity of the roof, including the selection and use of appropriate flashing and sealers, must be maintained. Roof tie-ins for vents on PVC cool roofs must be made by an approved roofing contractor. A roofing contractor verification form will be required prior to the issuance of a permit. Cutting or altering roof trusses for the installation of vents in attic spaces are strictly prohibited. Obligations. Member is responsible for damages to roof or other structures caused by any alteration. The mutual member is responsible for and will bear all costs associated with cleanup or repair of mutual-owned or controlled property made necessary by or resulting from the alteration. Resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Janie?
I'll second that.
Thought you might. It's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Janie to adopt this resolution on the bathroom splits. Is there any discussion? Hash?
It's nicely written, except I don't quite understand why we can't have why we have 2.2. 2.2 says units with 2 bathrooms may reconfigure walls and doors within the same footprint. That is not, the last wording is, kind of forces them to stay in the same area. Some people want to use the laundry facility that they installed into the footprint, and they need to change a bathtub into a shower in order to do that. If they switch the units, allow you to switch.
I think you're misinterpreting this. Janie, can you explain what that means?
Okay.
What this is, it's standardizing a split, a normal type split for the bathrooms. If you have something a little different, as you explained, then they'll have to go in for a variance. We're just trying to standardize a normal bathroom split, is what we're doing. Anything outside of that, they have to go to the variance.
Okay. Thank you.
Andre?
Maybe I interpreted a slightly different way. Within the same footprint only, I'm interpreting as within the same housing unit. So you can move your bathrooms around, and as long as it's within the same housing unit, you're fine. Is that the intention?
Janie?
What I just said, it's for the standard split. Anything that varies for that, you have to get a variance and approval. It's a standard split when you have like a Jack and Jill bathroom, and you want to split those into two, that's a standard split. If you want to, as Cash said, put a bathroom in where the laundry area or some other, that is a variance, it's not standard.
The standards are done so that we do not have to have variances on every single thing, and that staff has the authority to approve the standard things that are done, so.
So, may I- just for clarification, so when we talk about same footprint, do you mean the bathroom footprint, or do you mean the unit
The
footprint?
unit footprint.
When we talk about a footprint, if you look at any kind of a plan, the footprint is the building itself or the area itself. It doesn't include common area or anything. It's where your dwelling is. That's a footprint. So your bathroom, your living room, all is within your footprint.
It's just
So,
within the manor.
if I understand correctly,
all right.
you can move the bathroom to the other
Yes,
side of the
Andre,
bedroom.
as long as it's within.
As long as it's within the.
As you have
okay.
an alteration permit, that's not something that's considered standard. Because
That's where a variance would
that's
come
where
in.
variance comes in. All right, all of
Excuse me.
those, yes.
On 2.5 here, we don't have any,
You have your microphone on?
yeah, we don't have any base plumbing drawings. How can we show the additions or anything else without having the base drawings? I mean, if you have a window, you want to change it, you have to have a picture of the window. Plumbing is same. And we have discussed this numerous times in the architecture committee, but somehow we are getting the same thing over and over. We cannot do it. We can write it down, we can pass the resolution, but we cannot do it.
I'd like to ask Kurt to come up and speak to this. This is Kurt Wamley, who's head of our alterations, moisture intrusion department.
Regarding Rez's comment, we talked just the other day about the plumbing plans.
Yeah.
We've gone back through them. We have found 18 plans that are semi-legible that apply to all the units within United, and we're going to revisit the issue about making those more clear for members to use in alterations.
So it's going to come later.
It'll be, I'm going to bring it up at the next meeting, the next committee meeting.
Okay, as long as we know that is coming. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of this resolution, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? Okay. All right, new business. These are things that are up for first reading. They will not be, three of them will not be voted on at this meeting. One of them, the first one, is not up for member review, so we will be taking action at this meeting. 13A, I'll entertain a motion to approve a resolution for Martin and Chapman as Inspector of Elections for the 2018 Director election next fall. Maggie, would you read the resolution?
Resolution 0118XX, approve Inspector of Election Services, whereas Civil Code 5110 requires an association to select an independent third party as an Inspector of Elections, whereas for transparency purposes and due to the number of ballots received, it is necessary to contract for an Inspector of Elections, whereas an Inspector of Elections is used, among other tasks, to print and mail voter packages, inspect and tabulate ballots, and certify results. And now therefore be it resolved, February 13, 2018, that the Board of Directors of United Mutual hereby approves single sourcing a contract to Martin and Chapman to perform inspectors of election services for the 2018 annual meeting of the corporate members. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are directed on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a
second
second? Thank you, Pat. It's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Pat that we approve the resolution for Martin and Chapman as the Inspector of Elections. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. All right, 13B, entertain a motion to introduce a resolution for closets and interior partition walls policy. Again, as we have said, every month we are updating our standards to allow things to go through our alterations department without having to have a variance. Just as we did with the bathroom splits this month, we are introducing a resolution for closets and interior partition walls, and we will vote on it at our next meeting.
Closets and interior partition walls policy, Resolution 0118XXX. Whereas the Architectural Control and Standards Committee directed staff to create a policy pertaining to closets for interior partition walls for members who are proposing to repurpose or relocate any closet or partition wall within their unit. Now therefore be it resolved, February 13, 2018, the Board of Directors introduces this resolution, Closets and Interior Partition Walls Policy, and resolve further, architectural drawings shall be provided for approval to the Alterations Department office for review and to meet the intent of this policy for all non-load-bearing wall, partition wall revisions, including but not limited to closets or panel walls, prior to issuance of a mutual consent from the Alterations Department and before construction begins. And resolve, staff shall thoroughly review the submitted drawings. If staff determines that the proposed alteration does not affect load-bearing walls or alter the original purpose of the rooms, meets with the intent of this policy, and conforms to all pertinent alteration policies, staff may issue a mutual consent. And resolve further, if staff determines that the proposed alteration does not meet the intent of this policy, and the member desires to pursue the proposed alteration, staff shall process the request as a variance for review by the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. And resolve further, all proposals of load-bearing wall revisions will require board approval via the variance process. And resolve further, any proposed wall revision that would create a new room or change the use of a room will require board approval through the variance process. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Can I ask our corporate secretary, I don't have my calendar with me, but I'm guessing because February is a short month, that there's not 30 days between the February and the March board meetings, so this would have to go to April.
Your next board meeting is on March 13th, so it is exactly 30 days.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so therefore be it resolved, it would be March 13th, 2018. not
Okay.
Yeah, I'm being corrected because February only has 28 days.
That's what I thought. So it would be our April meeting.
April?
All right, so these three items that we are reading for the first time today would not be, are up for member review and would not be voted on until our April meeting. But I have a motion by Maggie. Do I have a second? Janie, to move this forward to our April meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. All right, C, 13C, a resolution establishing a policy for directors' access to corporate books and records. Would you read the resolution?
Resolution 0118XX, Director Access to Corporate Books, Records, and Documents. Whereas United Lagunoids Mutual United is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation existing under and by virtue of the laws of the state of California, organized for the purpose of providing its members with housing on a cooperative nonprofit basis pursuant to the provisions set forth in its articles of incorporation and bylaws. Whereas United, through its volunteer board of directors, is responsible for management, maintenance, and administration of a residential stock cooperative common interest development under United's governing documents, which include, without limitation, the Articles of Incorporation bylaws, occupancy agreement, operating rules, and board resolutions, which grant United the authority to manage and govern the affairs of the properties within United. Whereas pursuant to Corporations Code Section 8334, every director shall have the absolute right at any reasonable time to inspect and copy all books, records, and documents of every kind, and to inspect the physical properties of the corporation of which such person is a director. Whereas, while every director shall have the absolute right at any reasonable time to inspect and copy all books, records, and documents of the corporation, the manner and extent of the director's inspection and copying rights may be subject to reasonable regulations based on balancing the interests of United and its members and employees, including privacy and other constitutional rights, as well as those rights of the director to inspect corporate documents on just and proper conditions. Whereas the board desires to adopt clear guidelines and procedures for access to certain United records by directors and directors' handling of corporate records and information, to uphold the right of directors while protecting United from liability claims arising from the review, copying, and dissemination of sensitive corporate records. Now, therefore, it be resolved February 13, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces a policy governing directors' access to corporate books, records, and documents, and other governing documents regarding access to United's records, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? Cash? All right, is there any discussion on this resolution?
I have a question.
Yes, Don?
This one whereas says every director shall have the right to inspect and copy all books. What if they wanted to go in there and copy a huge volume of stuff? Who would do it? Would that take staff time? Would that be at their expense?
It would have to be at their expense. They can bring in a company under supervision and at an appointed time. Pat?
I would like to get Jeff's opinion on this because I'm totally in agreement under 8334 that the director does have the absolute right. On the other hand, I can also see the reasonableness. Like Don said, we can't expect to have directors going in to staff and saying, I want all this stuff. And it's really hard. This is a very hard one. So what's your opinion on this, Jeff?
I think,
insight?
if I may.
Yes, you may.
I think this policy strikes that balance because it's very clear that it sets forth a position statement of the board, which is directors have an absolute right to inspect the corporation's records, which didn't exist before this. Before this, I think just from prior management, directors were at the request of a director to access records. They were given a form to fill out, which was the same form that was given to members. And that form doesn't apply to directors because members have a right to inspect a very limited list of records. Directors have a right to inspect virtually all records.
Okay.
And I say virtually because there are some qualifications that have been established by law, depending on the circumstances. And I think this policy makes it clear that those limitations are just that, they're limited. And this policy strikes a good balance to ensure that staff aren't consumed by directors knocking at their door every morning, asking for voluminous records to be copied and information to be generated. This isn't about directors' ability to ask staff to generate data. It's the director's ability to ask staff to provide access to records, which in electronic form under this policy is provided without any discussion. If a director asks for copies, then that request goes to the board for consideration if it's deemed voluminous or burdensome on staff. So like I said, I'll repeat it again, I think this policy is a good balance to making sure that directors' rights are not impeded, but also at the same time that requests are not made in a way where staff is burdened and unable to do their job.
Thank you, Jeff.
I have questions.
All right, Reza?
Yeah, mostly
Is your
it's
mic
with
on?
Jeff to
Yeah.
answer. When we say absolute right, we mean absolute. But there is a lot of things over here which makes it conditional. For example, they ask for the purpose. Why are you doing it? Clarification, confidentiality. All these makes the absolute right confidential. If these are by other laws, we need to know that. But if they are something that we're adding here, we need to. There also, one important thing is timing. The timing of this thing sometimes is critical. So who defines the timing of it?
So the Corporations Code says every director shall have the absolute right at any reasonable time to inspect and copy books and records, et cetera. That's what the Corporations Code says.
Yeah.
The
Reasonable.
structure created in the legal system, not just in California, but throughout the states, is that the legislature enacts law through statutes. What I just read was a corporations code. The judiciary, the courts, interpret those statutes. And that section of the corporations code I just read has been interpreted to mean absolute does not mean absolute. And judges have made that clear. And that's what this policy sets to define, which is absolute doesn't mean if you request records of the corporation which you're serving, and your purpose is to use that information to start up your own company and to profit from it, that right is not absolute. Just because you're a director doesn't mean you have a right to access corporate records to benefit yourself financially. That's not absolute. Also, there's case law that says you do not have an absolute right to go into the staff's office and to poll ballots and to figure out who voted for who in an election. You do not have that right as a director. So it's tough because the legislature enacted this law that says directors have an absolute right, but then the judiciary through the courts have said that term absolute is not absolute. And that's why this policy, I think, is so important to balance those two competing interests. And one more thing that I think everybody should be aware of is that there's a procedure built into this policy that guarantees a director the ability to appeal to the board if they feel they're not getting access to the records they deserve access to, then they can bring that before the board for a final determination as well.
Yeah. I have a question on this.
Uh,
Can you give us the court rulings? Where are they so we can read it?
I don't think he can do it at this meeting, but I'm sure he'd be happy to provide that for you after our meeting is over.
Yes.
There's many cases, the main one is actually listed in the policy as Chantilly's versus Lake Forest to Homeowners Association on page 1 of the policy.
Where is it listed? What,
It's on page 1 of the policy. Right in the middle of the policy, page 1.
Right, is, Cash?
I believe this is well-written, but I think we should make a point here in the resolution that that director shall not use it for his own private goals or something to the effect. That's not mentioned here. Am I right or wrong? No?
May I be?
Maggie?
Okay. On the form, generally, when you apply, you say, this is for my personal use. The form limits you, you cannot use it for a commercial purpose. In paragraph 2 down there, it says, I understand, and so on and so on. It says, I cannot do it. It's reasonably related to my interests as a corporate director. I agree to keep these books and information and return them, and so on and so on. So there is a limitation here. You cannot use any information to your own benefit.
And it's confidential.
And it's also confidential.
Manuel?
Thank you, Juanita. This is a very important resolution that we're discussing here and proposing. And I find that I have to speak out against this because, and I recognize that my comments will probably put me farther behind than when I first started as a director here. I am finally starting to make some inroads on getting accepted in some of these committees and with the old directors, but frankly, this resolution and these 5 pages of guidelines, in my opinion, are a travesty. It's written as if a director was looking for information and records on a witch hunt. This language in here has been proposed because maybe a director has been a little overzealous in asking for information. And this, in my opinion, is overkill. If I have an area that I'm concerned about, and I've already raised at least 4 or 5 with the directors, and I haven't gotten answers for some of those, dealing with financial matters. I mean, when I served on the audit committee, I got dismissed because I was making it too uncomfortable for people. So all I can say is this flies against that statement of absolute right. In those cases where the court has decided that the director did not have an absolute right, it was because he was way out of his range. He was asking for information he was not entitled to. He was trying to use it for some other purpose than what a director should be using it for. And because of one director's overzealousness, you are handcuffing other directors that could easily go in there and inspect records and determine whether or not he had a point that should be pointed out to the rest of the directors or to management. I see this document as nothing more than hurdles that are being placed in front of a director that could provide a needed service. And this is all going back basically to the environment in which directors currently serve. And basically, in my opinion, VMS has too much power. The directors presently seem to want to follow whatever management says, whatever the attorney says, and so on. And I am totally opposed to this. Thank you.
Jeff?
I'd like to reiterate, this is a decision to be made by the board, not me as legal counsel to United, nor VMS. Nor does VMS make any decisions other than the decisions that the board makes and that VMS is responsible to carry out. With respect to this policy, let me reiterate one more time. The timing of this policy is such that directors, as they always have been doing over the years, have asked for access to United's records. Recently, some of those requests have come by me to review, and while reviewing them, I noticed that staff have been using a process and procedure that's been used for many, many years that caused me great concern. Great concern from the standpoint that the process and procedure that has been used for responding to directors asking for access to records did not coincide with that director's right. The process was limiting the director's ability to access records because the process and procedure that had been used for who knows how many years is a process and procedure that's required to be used for members and their requests for access to records, which is much more limited than the right of a director. And so my first comment was we need to adopt policy that makes it clear that when directors request access to records, it's different and more expansive than a member and their ability to access records. So this policy does just the opposite of what was just suggested. I want everybody to understand that.
Gary?
I want to address the overzealous comment because I, for one, do not want to have to pay to hire several other people because directors are overzealous and taking the time of our staff from the work that they need to be doing every day. That's my concern.
Andre?
I think under this proposed policy, the absolute right is no longer absolute right at this point, from what I see. There's a lot of restrictions on that. The reason for absolute right for a board member to inspect information of a management service, of information under management service company, is that to make sure the board got accurate information, accurate description, looking from one point, the board director's point of view, that these information are not hidden or distorted. That's the whole purpose. Imagine if it's a PCM, we'll say we will not allow board directors to look into these informations. That would be an outcry from all the residents. Just because the vendor is now VMS doesn't mean that we need to give up all those rights. The board directors still have the right, and it's their duty to inspect information and make sure nothing's been done incorrectly. I'll give you an example. Of the guarantor information, I was asking for delinquency report, and I was denied. And as our discussion, it's clear that delinquency report is a very important information that can prove whether anybody using guarantor can pay assessment or not. And it's clearly indicated that is not the case. Okay, so that information is denied. So we don't have the information here. I don't know why. And so we don't have the absolute right. As far as all the exceptions, there are court rulings. We can just say if court ruling this way, then we cannot do this one. If we court ruling that way, then we cannot do it. We are not allowed these exceptions to process further. But there's no need to make a generalized assumption and says, because this ruling of timing, so we have to have, the timing needs to be done this way, the timing needs that. We are adding extra constraints to the board members. And think of it, if this is a PCM, we shouldn't allow them to do that. And whether it's a VMS or a PCM, it is a management service company, and we, as a board member, should be allowed to access the information when we need to. And when we think that there's something's wrong, we need to be able to access it. And being able to deny by board members or any kind of chair, committee chair is causing us a lot of trouble in the past already. So maybe we need to reconsider that and think about it. Do we really need to restrict our absolute right. If we want to restrict it, let's take it off absolute right.
Steve?
I think our attorney has already explained absolute right, so continuing to question it is either adversarial or demonstrates, in my opinion, a lack of understanding of what has been explained. Number two, and Jeff can correct me if I'm of a misunderstanding, this policy regards United directors' abilities to inspect United's books and records, and not GRF's or VMS. VMS is a separate corporation which has its own board of directors, and to my knowledge, no mutual director has a right to go in and demand their internal documents, because there are personnel matters, there are legal matters, there are whatever else it is. So let's make sure that we understand what it is that we're viewing and what we're voting on and what we understand, not what we misinterpret and do not understand. Thank you.
Maggie?
Yes, the Corporation Code 8334 says directors shall have the absolute right at any reasonable time to inspect and copy all books, records, and documents of every kind, Then the case law shows the interpretation of the court. In Chantilly's versus Lake Forest, it's the fourth whereas right here, tells you the court's ruling here. This is exactly what the court said. This is court-supported interpretation of this law. So we are correct in following the interpretation of this law. And other than time and quantity and so on, I think we have no issue here. We are following the law. We are trying to make it possible for, would you prefer perhaps not to have a form and just to go in and sit and think, imagine while you're sitting there what you need and just keep calling someone? Or do you imagine you can do it at any time? I mean, what are the limitations of this? The limitations are that you fill out the form, you give the cause that says it will not be for my personal gain, which is certainly required, and then you are a reasonable time. I do not understand the problem with this. Thank you.
Lori?
So may we add, addressing what Cash said, may we add a whereas between the fourth and fifth whereas to read, whereas the duty of loyalty involves not only the duty to avoid conflicts of interest, but requires full disclosure of any interest potentially adverse to United, semicolon, and.
Yes.
Jeff, did I hear you right or wrongly? Didn't you say that the directors do not have to fill this form out?
The form that's currently being used is much different than this form. This is a new form for directors. The current form is for members. It's
Oh.
much more limited.
But this is for directors as well?
Correct.
That's right.
Correct.
Thank you.
It just documents what needs to be done. Reza?
I think there was a confusion here, because I didn't understand Steve's comment. Our records are being handled by VMS. So if we want to approach our own records, we have to go to VMS. And he was trying to differentiate between VMS records and board records.
If I may?
Yes.
So United has its own records. It has files of its members. It has compliance files. It has architectural modification, alteration files. It has membership transfer files. It has financial records. It has its own corporate records. VMS is a separate company that has its own files for its staff, for its corporation. for any other thing that it engages in business in with outside vendors, much different than United. So what a United director would be able to access has to do only with United and its files and not VMS files. Although VMS oversees and maintains United's files, VMS would allow you to go into their office and access, for example, the governing documents or minutes or information regarding members' files.
All right, now, everybody has already spoken, and I don't want to get into a dialogue here, so I'm going to do one more time. Manuel?
Thank you, Juanita. I just want to clarify something that a lot of residents, and even I think the directors, don't really understand, and that's that although we went to self-management, VMS is a separate corporation that's owned by the three mutuals, okay? It's GRF, United, and Third, okay? All the employees that provide services to us here are employees of VMS, okay? And we have a management agreement. United, Third, GRF has a management agreement with VMS. Yes, they are a separate corporation. However, when I served on the audit committee and I asked about their records and books, I was told that all the transactions were handled out of a bank account on GRF's books. So I do not know that VMS has a separate set of accounting records. Unless they change, they do not. Okay, so you have a real strange mixed bag here. Okay, if you wanted to see information or documents related to United, you would have to go to VMS because they are the record keepers. And you would have to specify what particular area of financial matter or management information and so on that applies to your mutual. So I hope that helps to clarify the different entities, how they relate to each other, and who owns them, because a lot of people are really confused on this topic. Thank you.
Andre?
Jeff, you just brought up a very good point, and I found it's a little bit confusing here, though. This one, the access to corporate books, records, and documents, only talk about United books. It didn't talk about GRF books. As a truster of GRF's trustee, the trust, don't we have access, right, to inspect the trust information, GRF's information, records and books?
So to this addresses Manuel's point, directors of United have an individual right, individually, to access United's records. Does that make sense? United Board majority is a member of VMS. Third, United in the Towers and GRF are members of VMS. Not the Towers, I'm sorry. If one of those members wants to access VMS records, one of those members can make that request. But who's the member?
United.
It's the board. So if United wants to go to VMS and say, we want to see these files that belong to VMS, it would have to be a board decision. And only a board majority can make that request. Does that make sense? And the same with GRF. If United, as a trust or trustee of the trust, wants to make a request of GRF to access GRF records, the United board majority would have to make that request. Not one board member can do that. One board member does not have that authority. It have to be a board majority vote. But for access to United records, that's different. One board member can make that request because those are your corporation's records and you serve on that board. That's the difference.
All right, let's vote. This is to...
Madam?
Yes.
We have a request
Oh,
to speak.
I'm sorry, Mary?
Mary Stone, 356C. I have a question, whether this particular resolution needs to have the 30-day notification. This is a board policy. I don't believe it's an operating rule. So I think that maybe the 30-day notification is not necessary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good question, Mary. The answer is technically it does not require the 30-day period, but my philosophy is to follow that procedure because I think it's healthy for the community that they see and hear what's going on and that there's that time period that gives the members the right to provide comments if they have any, even though the board doesn't have to consider them because it's a board policy and not an operating rule, to your point. I still think it's a good practice to follow, but technically it's not required, to your point.
All right, all of those in favor of bringing this forward to our April meeting? No, you've already spoken. We're getting ready to vote. All those in favor of bringing this forward to our April meeting, please raise your hand.
Is that with the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
We did not
Oh,
second or approve the amendment.
Right, okay. All right, I need a motion to add the amendment to the policy.
It would. There's no second.
There's no second, so that amendment fails.
That Lori mentioned?
Yes.
Yes, I like that. Yeah, that's amended.
All right.
We have to vote to amend it.
Right.
I'll second it.
All right.
Okay.
And all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
What was the amendment? You added in a paragraph 5.
The amendment is, whereas the duty of loyalty involves not only the duty to avoid conflicts of interest, but requires full disclosure of any interest potentially adverse to United, and. It's actually from item B under conflict of interest in your policy.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. All those opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4. All right, the amendment will be added to the motion, the policy that we vote on at our April meeting. Oh, we have to go back to how many vote to bring it forward to our April meeting, the amended motion. All those in favor?
1, 2, 3, 6.
All those opposed? Okay, 6-4. It will go forward to our April meeting. Also, at our April meeting, we will be reviewing a motion to introduce a resolution establishing a policy and application for co-occupants, and that is 13D in your packet. Would you read that, please, Madam Secretary?
Resolution 011706, co-occupancy policy. Whereas United Laguna Woods Mutual is an independent lifestyle and age-restricted senior citizen community, as defined by California Civil Code 51.3, no form of health care or assisted living is provided by United Laguna Woods Mutual, and each resident is responsible for his or her own safety, health care, and welfare. Whereas authorization for co-occupancy is effective only when approved in writing by ULWM and issued in writing by an authorized VMS staff member, whereas United and shareholders have the right to terminate co-occupant status at any time without cause. However, Civil Code 51.3 may be interpreted to prohibit this right of termination under certain circumstances. Whereas shareholders and co-occupant cannot have a landlord-tenant relationship, and no remuneration will be paid or collected during the duration of the co-occupancy. Whereas shareholders and co-occupant will reside in the unit, and when necessary, the board reserves the right to require proof of residency. Whereas shareholders shall be responsible for the conduct and deportment of the co-occupant. Whereas the board has received concerns expressed by shareholders regarding individuals who are circumventing the sublease process, room rentals, shareholders failing to vet their roommates, and nuisance issues from co-occupants. Whereas 432 units are occupied without a shareholder in residence. Whereas United is authorized to take disciplinary action against a shareholder whose dwelling may be found to be in violation of the governing documents. When a complaint is lodged regarding the occurrence of a violation, the Board of Directors has a fiduciary duty to investigate and impose, if appropriate, discipline as set forth in the governing documents. Whereas this policy itemizes, consolidates, and clarifies procedures, including the administrative handling of co-occupancy applications. Now, therefore, be it resolved, February 13th, 2018, the Board of Directors, of course, that will be later, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces amendments to the co-occupancy policy as attached to the official minutes, and resolve further that this policy supersedes all existing co-occupancy documents, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? JB? Discussion? Andre?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to point out, on page, starting from page 4 of 19, agenda item number 13D, I'm not sure if anybody else already pointed out, on the top of the page, above page 2 of 9, it says occupancy policy. It probably should be co-occupancy policy.
And that's what the
Just,
resolution.
yeah, I was looking at it and
Right.
I found out I couldn't find
Page
information.
3 of 19
Yeah, all the pages are
is the
saying
co-occupancy.
co-occupancy policy.
3 of 19 says co-occupancy policy.
Okay. And one question I have is that, biggest question I have is on the resolution. The first whereas, the end of the last sentence, and each resident is responsible for her own health, safety, care, and welfare. I think that's our United Board Mutual's responsibility. If you look at the bylaws, it's stated that we are managing and Mr. and I don't think I have the, oh yeah, here's the bylaw. Okay. It clearly stated that Article 2, purpose and the powers, definitions, Section 1, purpose. The purpose of these corporations are to provide housing to its members on a mutual nonprofit basis. B, to manage, maintain, preserve, and administer the business of a common interest development, specific stock cooperating, and to promote the health, safety, and the welfare of the resident within the development, and to engage in any business or activities permitted under California law. So that is one of our responsibility. Doesn't mean that they are only responsible for themselves. Okay,
Andre,
so-
I think, number one, you're missing one word there. Resident is responsible. And in the bylaw you just wrote, it said promotes
Right.
that. And there's a difference between us being responsible for the health and the care and the welfare of our residents.
do that?
And as opposed to promoting good care, health, and welfare.
Okay, I agree with you, but I think when you say it that way, each resident is responsible for her own health and welfare. Sounds like we have nothing to do with that, so that is my concern. Okay, and Okay, I think that's what I have for the time being. Thank you very much.
All right, is there any other discussion? We're ready to vote. This has been moved by Maggie, seconded by Janie, that this be brought forth to our April meeting after giving time for member comments. All those in favor? All those opposed? Are you voting?
No, I'm abstaining. Abstaining.
Why are you abstaining? You know what it is.
Because I'm not sure this is on our bylaws, whether we want to change it or what. Because these conditions are in our bylaws. Are we changing it by resolution or?
No, we are not changing bylaws, no.
In that case, I vote for it.
Which way do you vote? Sorry.
For it.
For it.
All right, so, let's see.
8 to 1. It's 8 to 1 with Steve out.
8 to 1 because Steve's not here. All right, so this again, we'll move forward. Item 14 on our agenda. In the interest of time, and I know we really used a lot of time because we had some of our motions that required a lot of discussion, and that's what our boardroom is for. I would just ask committee chairs if there is something specific that they need to talk about from their committee. If not, if you'll just give us the highlight of when your next committee member meeting is. A is the Finance Committee, and you do have information that you need to give us the Treasurer's report. There we go, slide 1.
Okay, slide 1. The total revenue for United through December 31st, 2017 was $39,287,000 compared to expenses of $38,033,000, resulting in a net revenue of $1,254,000. Slide 2, please. Through December, United Mutual was better than budgeted by $2,053,000, primarily due to the late start and fewer expenditures of reserve programs, waistline replacements, building structures, water lines, leak report findings did not result in replacements, countertops with fewer replacements. Savings in these programs was partially offset by an unfavorable variance in compensation and related expenses, one of which was $375,000 in landscape department, which had to do with the tree trimming completed in July. Unbudgeted temporary help and overtime resulted from extended hours in resident services, the call center, and unbudgeted election fees. Slide 3, please. On this pie chart, we show non-assessment revenues received to date of $1,245,000 by category, starting with the largest revenue-generating category of interest income, followed by laundry revenue and chargeable services. Slide 4. On this pie chart, we see expenses to date of just over $38 million, showing that our largest categories of expense was for compensation, property taxes, followed by utilities and outside services. Slide 5, please. The reserve balances on December 31st were $22.4 million. Year-to-date contributions and interest to reserves were $12,261,000. Year-to-date expenditures, $10,260,000. Our resales as of January 31st were down a little, 23 compared to 38 last year, which was down 39.5%. Our sales volume, 6,014,390 compared to 8,968,930 last year, down 32%. Our average resale price, $261,495, was higher as compared to last year, which was $236,024, or up 10.8%. Our leases that were in effect January of 2018 were 500 this year, or compared to a year ago of 519, so they're down a little. Our delinquencies, we had 29 at 79,815. Our prior was 25 at 72,038. Our chargeable services as of December 2017, we had 42 at 88,315. Our next meeting is March 27th, 2018, in the Sycamore Room, and I would like to invite Steve. That's Steve.
Question. We don't allow questions on committee reports. All right, our next committee report is the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. Jamie, do you have anything specific?
I just want to remind everybody, if you're doing an alteration to your unit, please go to window 7 in the community center. You must have a permit. And our next meeting will be Thursday, February the 15th, and it will be the third Thursday of each month. We did change our time and our date, and that's all I have to say.
Communications Committee, Director Blackwell.
No report. We're continuing to communicate.
The executive hearings report. We had another fairly full day of executive hearings. As I've mentioned before, we do damage restorations, we do disciplinary actions, and we do non-payment of fees. So our next executive hearings, which are by invitation only, they are closed, are February 22nd in the Willow Room. Governing Documents Committee, we are looking at a number of different things. I invite anybody to enjoy our meeting. This time we had to, in fact, split it into two because we had so much going on. The main things that we are looking at right now are definitions of who is a co-occupant and the trust procedure and communication piece. We still have a problem with people expecting United and VMS through us to do their estate planning for them. And a trust is a very specific thing, and it should not involve as much as we're getting right now. We're still looking at all of that. And, excuse me. At our next meeting, we're going to review updated resale documents, review and discuss current election guidelines if the state has acted on some of the things that are on there that affect our election guidelines. We're not sure yet. And the same way with investors as purchasers. There are some things that are preventing us from going forward with this. We put it on every month to see if we can go forward with it. And our next meeting is February 26, 2018. Landscape Committee, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. We are working on the Yellow Stake program for the landscape manual. We have several concerns which need to be addressed before we can come up with a resolution. One is, what about people who are continually extending their property? The wording of our paperwork is immediately adjacent to the unit, immediately adjacent. That does not mean 10, 15, 20 yards away. That means immediately adjacent. In a rough estimate, it is where the sprinklers for the lawn are placed. Those are the ones. And then there's the dirt strip so the mowers can mow without mowing down the sprinklers. That sprinkler is the most visible and obvious barrier of that, and that is usually inside 10 feet, generally about 6 or 8 feet. That is where the limit is. However, enthusiastic and sometimes very artful, but sometimes very inartful residents have continually crept over and over and over those lines. So much so that even though the yard is very attractive, the mowers will be mowing their personal plantings, and the people get quite upset when the mower touches their personal plantings, which is now encroached 6 feet into the area. So regulation of the yellow stake areas is going to be a major concern for both Third and United, and we'll have to handle that very carefully. We have the breezeway and understair planters. There is a regulation for care and maintenance of patios, balconies, breezeways, and walkways in the landscape manual. And number 7 says, landscape crews will not care for a resident's personal items placed in common areas unless arranged through the property services as a chargeable service. The corporation allows people to put private items in those areas, but we only regulate them when they become a clutter problem or a safety problem, or they exceed the requirements we need for passage. As well as the question here is a small dirt area. I think it's about 6 by 3 or 4. And most buildings have residents which plant things in there or put decorative items in there. Some of them are very creative. Well, apparently somewhere else, a person or persons, the 8 persons involved, that being the 4 upstairs and 4 downstairs, are unwilling and disinterested in maintaining any planting in that, and they want landscape to plant there. There is no water supply there, although plants will grow there, some of them. But those are areas which were created with the building of the building. So anything done to those would be a variance, other than the accepted variance of being able to plant in it. If they want United to participate in some way, that must be a chargeable service. Bruce Hartley commented that the estimated cost to use gravel, rock, or decomposed granite ranges from $200 to $300. The estimated cost for concrete ranges from $500 to $600, and of course does not include irrigation. It would require agreement of all unit owners affected. It also, all shareholders residing in the unit affected. It also would require, if we did that, it would have to have a notification on the escrow papers if we put a permanent, cement is permanent. So if we cemented it over, it would have to be noted in the escrow paperwork. If United were to do this freely, we have so few requests for this that it was difficult to find out what the background was, because there are simply no requests for it. So generally somebody wants to take care of it, or some people just park their bikes on it or put a table over it or do whatever. As long as it's not a mess, that's okay. If United takes over those and wants to fill in, then the residents may rise up and say, no, we don't want it. We would have to go around to each area and ask them if they wanted to do that. And then we would have to bill that to United, and at $500 to $600 per square, that would require a definite adjustment to our budget and our fees. So my suggestion is, if they want to do something with it, make an agreement with the people that are involved by that. That's those 8 people. And you could put nothing in it, or you can put chopped bark bits, whatever they call them, I forget. You can do something like that and pick one of you, but if you want to ask a landscaper to do it, of course, we can do it as a chargeable service. But then the members would be required to water those plants. So that is the question. It is a chargeable service. That's basically it. So bottom line is we handle it as a chargeable service. Thank you. Our next meeting will be probably April 26th, I think. It's going to be the third week in April because I will not be here until then.
Okay, thank you. Report of the Maintenance and Construction Committee.
We have, here we go. We have 17 projects and they're all on schedule. You might be interested to know that we are developing a project to remove all the barbed wire on the United walls and replace them with shepherd crooks. Our next meeting will be next week, February 28th.
Thank you. The Resident Advisory Committee, again, Director Tippett.
We had two residents come in at our last meeting. One of the gentlemen was here this morning, as you heard, and I won't get into the specifics, but if you have a problem that you don't think can be solved when you go to staff, then come and visit us, and we'll listen to you. No promises. Our next meeting will be February 15th. Thank you. 3 o'clock.
Madam President, I have a question.
We don't have questions on reports. I can talk to him afterwards. All right, 15, GRF committee highlights. Again, is there anything specific for the committee that you sit on for United at GRF? Anything for the Finance Committee?
We did not have a meeting in January, therefore no highlight.
Community Activities Committee?
I just wanted to comment a little bit. This is coming from the Recreation Director. Pickleball/paddle tennis project is going to the CAC, MNC committees, and the GRF board in the coming months. The new proposal will include 7 new courts at the current pickleball location with the meeting. They want a meeting location also for the club and new lighting. Paddle tennis will be relocated with 2 new courts next to the existing tennis courts at the driving range area. And please attend your CAC, MNC, and GRF board meetings for more information. CAC also approved a new memorial and veterans plaque dedication site at Clubhouse 2, including 2 additional flagpoles. The memorial at Clubhouse 1 will remain. The designation of the Western Bluebird Club of Laguna Wood Village is to be the sole club to maintain all Bluebird boxes within the GRF common area. CAC also approved the relocation of the kids' swimming pool for Clubhouse 2 to Clubhouse 6 during the summer months from May 26th to October the 1st. And the March bus excursion will be to Seas Candy and Tustin Marketplace. Call reservations at the Recreation Department for details. Recreation is hosting the first Health and Wellness Expo March 7th, Clubhouse 2 from 10 to 3. And the next meeting of CAC is March the 8th at 2 p.m. here in the Community Center boardroom.
Thank you. Maintenance and Construction Committee, Director Leonard.
There was no meeting last month. The next scheduled meeting is indeed tomorrow. I have consulted with the Spirit World, and I prognosticate we will have a very productive and constructive meeting.
Thank you. Media and Communications Committee, Director Blackwell.
Yes, media and communication is, as always, busy. We have numerous meetings every month by little tiny subcommittees. We have broadband updates. We handle the website, the Broadband Services Division, cable programming, whole home DVR, The Breeze, the ads on TV, weekly emails, programs on TV6 like Thrive, new resident orientation, and publicity of all kinds. To date, very adequately and beautifully handled and overseen by Lori Moss and Heather Rasmussen, and they're doing a wonderful job. The staff really is working phenomenally well. We have all kinds of publicity people now working on our behalf on many levels. Thank you.
Okay. Mobility and Vehicles Committee.
Thank you,
Director
President.
Ackroyd.
In order to keep it brief, I'm just going to talk about only highlighted items. GRF approved a $2,249,000 budget, which includes 10 full-time and 19 part-time drivers, bus drivers. We have total of 16 buses. 6 buses have already reached their 7-year requirement. 2 will be traded, and we will get 2 new buses. Approximately 9,000 trips per month were made in January and February. And the cost per trip is cut down from $13.39 to $12.93. And also, hand sanitizers will be put on every bus very soon. And the next meeting is April 4th, 1:30 in Boardroom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the Security and Access Committee, Director Tibbetts.
Yeah, one item. We have a lot of residents with aches and pains, and we've had an increase of overdosed opioids, and we've lost about 25 people just last year.
Really?
Because it's a big.
Wow.
Follow the directions of your physician, please.
Thank you. The Traffic Hearings, Director Ackroyd.
Thank you, President. There were a total of 14 traffic hearings. 9 were found guilty as charged, and 5 were not guilty. The next meeting will be February 21 at 9 o'clock in the community boardroom.
Okay, and would you follow up then with the Disaster
Yes.
Preparedness Task Force?
This one I'm going to take a little bit longer time because there are good things here that have happened. Meeting held on 131 by Chief Moy, who briefed on the district management of Orange County Healthcare Agency to visiting our village. They were impressed with our disaster preparedness plan and complimented us on the sophistication and readiness of our task force. Credit goes to our Chief Moy for this accomplishment. Our partnership with them allows us to go private business pod to pick up medicines and supplies for all 18,000 residents in the event of any large-scale disaster. There will be forms to be filled out by residents requesting non-controlled basic medications. Also, security staff has sent our community-wide request for resident and emergency information, but we have not been diligent enough in keeping the information current. In case of disaster, emergency command center will be opened at the boardroom with Cypress room being the backup. GRF has budgeted for emergency backup for generator for several buildings. Security will sponsor the next senior summit in April. Lisa Bartlett, our county supervisor, is coordinating with Brad Hudson on this one. New black bag emergency supply kits are available at a cost of $42. Animal disaster plan, a step-by-step guide was presented, and it's requested that every pet owner is encouraged to have a, pet carrier for their pet for this, to avail of this disaster response program. Secretary Judy Troutman requested each mutual to start giving DPTF reports at the board meeting and this is the one I'm giving here, Chief Moy to reach out to Towers to see if they would volunteer somebody to attend their meetings. Security is planning to move to Towers Center in the very near future, the date not set yet. There is no backup for now for security cameras with this, and this issue is being addressed. Security will soon be contacting Tower Center. No, forget that. Next meeting will be February 27, 9:30 in Cyprus.
Thank you. All right, just to review, for our March meeting next month, we have one agenda item that was moved up, and that is the approval of the handyman program. And for our April meeting, we have three that we brought forward today: the closets and interior partition walls, the director's access to corporate books, and the resolution establishing a policy for co-occupants. We'll now go to number 17, which is director's comments, and I ask you please to keep them short, and there will be a maximum time limit on these. So we'll start over here on this side this time, Steve.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the officers of our United Board who work so hard for this entire community, and especially Maggie for her efforts in communications and all that she does, and especially to Juanita. I don't think I know anyone who works any harder in this village other than she. I also want to acknowledge staff, because I have been here now for almost 4 years, 3 years as an advisor and a little more than a year as on the board. And I would like to thank Leslie Cameron, Cheryl Silva, Catherine Laster, Heather Rasmussen, Brett Crane, Kurt Wyman, Eve Morton, Lori Chavaria, Ernesto Munoz, Guy West, Roger Richter, David Collins, Jacob, Casey, and Francis, all up in compliance. I won't use their last names since they're in compliance. Especially Tim Moy. He's doing a wonderful job on security. Mark Stahl, Bruce Hartley, of course, very talented individual. Christine Spar, Barbara Bridges, Pam Bashwine, Nancy Nunez, Tina Moran, Brian Gruner, Jackie Krufert, and William Acero from our Recreation Department. Betty Parker, Dan Hoxie, Dan Yost, of course Chuck Holland, one of the hardest working guys in showbiz. Brad Hudson, we are so fortunate to have him. And most of all, I am going to miss Lori Moss after she leaves. She has done the work of at least 2 or 3 people in her tenure here, and she will be sorely missed. And happy World Radio Day, and happy Get a Different Name Day.
Okay, Reza?
I have one comment to Don. The project log of M&C has changed. Now they are showing only one line 19 for this year. Can we have the cumulative thing back again so we know what's happening with different projects?
On the project log?
Yeah, that comes from staff. They have changed it. Yeah, thank you.
Gary?
A ditto to everything that Steve had to say, and I want to also thank Steve because he puts in a tremendous amount of time and is very helpful in all of the schedules that he looks up and provides. And I want to say goodbye to Lori. I'm going to miss you.
Maggie?
I think this was a very successful meeting. We had a lot of discussion. People were prepared this time. They listened. This was the best listening meeting we've had in several months. People listened to each other. Thank you very much.
Janie?
I wanted to ditto Gary and Steve. And Lori, we love you, and we're really going to miss you. Happy Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Don?
Yeah, I have to agree with everyone. I definitely will miss Lori. She's just a talented person.
Andre?
I want to clarify my statement earlier that what I said was if the decision is not following the rules of evaluation, then both VMS and the board members are not doing our job. I said if, okay, and which means that I don't remember seeing anything like that, okay, but if anybody feel that way, then they need to come to us and to talk to us and make sure we understand your situation and help out. And also, I really would thank Lori for her help in this all the activities. I know Lori is the one that always responds to us, and that's very important as a management service environment. Thank you.
Pat?
Yes, I'd like to ditto what Steve said as far as the VMSI employees are concerned, and especially Lori. I'll really miss her, and I know a lot of other people will too. And Steve in the audience there, we got to get him on the board. Hey, you've got to run for the board, Steve. And then, I'm sorry, there is one critique I have, and that is we had a couple of directors taking way too long to give their lecture and talk. I know Maggie has to read all the stuff on the resolutions, but I think the stuff for the landscaping should be kept to the landscaping committee, except a very brief on that. Thank you.
Cash?
There were too many dittos, so I'm going to say that Lori, we'll all miss you. And my last request, if I grow beard for the next 2 weeks, will you change your mind? Another thing I wanted to say about Happy Valentine's Day to all, to hear and to TV and every member. And again, I ditto her saying we should take 3-minute time limit on every discussion, on every resolution. That will save time. Thank you.
Manuel?
Thank you, Juanita. I have to admit that I recognize that all the directors that serve on this board are all trying to do the best they can for our community. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time that I recognize that, I find it very challenging to try to convince these directors that certain matters that I bring up or that another director might bring up, they do need to be looked into. And don't look at it as witch hunting or somebody that's trying to challenge you. Just look at it as somebody that maybe has uncovered something of an area that needs to be looked in to provide a better service to the community or provide a better service at a better cost to the community. So if I come across to you as seemingly negative, is not intended that way, believe me. I'm trying to challenge you to think this way and hopefully to convince you to vote this way. I think we had a very constructive meeting today. I'm really sorry about this policy regarding access to accounting records and other records that I think could be very helpful if approached in the right way by a director and in an efficient manner. I would not need to make copies of records or anything else. I'm a quick study. I could look at something very quickly and easily and tell you if there's a problem. Anyway, Lori, we are definitely going to miss you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Okay. Jeff, any? Very good. All right. I have one closing comment. I hear fairly often from residents, not just of United, but in the community, that VMS, and in particular Brad, is spending all our money. And there's all these things going on that are spending our money. Nothing is being done that was not budgeted. Nothing is being done on a whim. All of these items look like a lot's being done because a lot's being done, but in the past you didn't know about it. This is all being brought up so that when you see we're doing this and this and this and this, believe me, it is budgeted. It is not at the whim of our CEO or VMS. Thank you, and I will now recess this meeting.